Maybe it's not different. I just completely forgot.
If you're just tuning in, parenting has changed over the last 10 years, apparently.
Oh, maybe I just completely forgot how it goes. Maybe it's more so that 10 years is a long time.
Let's see. Deuce, Matt. Oh, don't need it. Deuce, Matt. We could send it to Morgan just in case.
Hold on, everybody.
Bam.
Just trying to line something up real quick.
Oh, Pacers Twitter. Oh, that's a shame. I hate hearing that.
Pacers Twitter.
Hate hearing that.
Y'all can get it, man.
That's no good. Oh, I mean, hey, I know my Harrison, man. That's my guy. I know my HB. Yeah, I know my HB, man.
Now, see, I might have missed that. You called for Harrison to ball out yesterday?
I said Harrison will bounce back.
Okay.
Actually, keep this off the radio. It's just amongst family. I called the game to perfection. I called the timeout in the first. I called him, or I said first 90 seconds. He called it in the first 50.
Needs to settle down a little bit, but hey, look, man, if it goes to wins,
worked.
If it goes to wins, then cool.
It worked.
It's just.
And he went straight to it. I don't think he calls those timeouts and just wastes time. He called timeout. He pulled Keegan aside, and in my head, he said, "What the fuck you doing? What you doing?" That'd be funny if like 2,000 people didn't watch yesterday and that didn't come from it. But I get you, Rob. You're trying to play up the gimmick. It's a good attempt. It's swing and a miss, but I got you.
So a funny story is, maybe. I'll save it for the show. Got a lot to talk about. I'll save it for the show.
You didn't say nothing to him, and that was just ain't got nothing for you, and that's just the way I chose to approach it because of who I was with and around virtually the entire day. So I'm good. I don't need that. So I think Ham was trying to egg me on.
Hey, was there anything else like outside of the tweet that you made
between me and him?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. It was with him and other people.
Hey, did you talk to Mr. Haliburton?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
It was great.
It was good.
Yeah, no, it was great. He gave me a big hug. Told me he loved us, and it was great. Talked to him for a while actually. Deuce Mo and Deuce and Mo and I walked over there. I met his wife. They spent a lot of time talking to his wife, but yeah, I talked to Mr. Haliburton for a while.
It was cool to see him there. And I don't know if you saw the broadcast, but
yeah, I actually watched it this morning.
And stuff. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, I watched it this morning. He was talking to he talked to Alvin for a long time. I think he was happy to be back. He was really happy to see the amount of people that had Tyrese jerseys. Like there were a lot of Kings Tyrese jerseys and a lot of Pacers Tyrese jerseys. Like that meant a lot to him.
I've come around to. It's time to extend, Monty.
Yeah. Oh man, we right there, guys. Show about to start here in just a minute.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get it to guys in the chat just a second. I appreciate y'all.
No, I don't believe it is. We'll talk about that today, though.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby. Come on.
Yeah.
Welcome in to the first day of December, the Thursday, December 1st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me.
He is back.
Yes, sir.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And I feel like that cut out quick.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, what's up with that? It's not very oozy of
you. It wasn't me. It's just I don't know what that was. It's just like, hey, enough of this acknowledgement.
Hey,
what's good,
back,
baby?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm great. I'm actually great.
And for those that are watching, let me go ahead and say, bad boy. KC's dressed like he just popped out of the Can't Nobody Take My Pride. Can't nobody hold
It's raining
me
outside, man. I had to
down.
throw this on, and then I'm sure the jacket will come off at some point. But I had to prepare for what happens in this studio.
Apparently, you forgot what the studio is like if you think that jacket is coming off.
Well, I'm about to say I had to prepare for what's going on.
All right. That's all right, man. Good to have
It
you
ain't
back.
just me and you no more, Jesse. It ain't just me and you no more.
That's right. Them days of 73-degree temperatures in here are over. As Mr. Haliburton would say, I can guarantee you that's over. That is over. Welcome back, partner.
Hey,
we missed
man,
you.
I appreciate you holding it down. I appreciate James holding it down, everybody that came through. I appreciate all the congrats and well wishes from everybody on the birth of my little baby girl, Ryan Patrice Caraway. Thank you guys. And I do want to say something. I do want to say something real quick. I got flooded with like congratulations and, well wishes from everybody that you could think of in this city. You know what I mean? Even bad guys down south. You know what I'm saying? And I say that to say, like, at the end of the day, that's what I love about Sacramento. I remember when I lost the J Street Vibes or Rome Room Breakdown joint.
Mm-hmm.
And there was people all over the place, including yourself, regardless of, if we had disagreements before or whatever, whoever, hey, man, we love what you do. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep your head up, da-da-da-da. Same thing with this. Hey, man, congratulations to you and your family. This is awesome. That's what Sacramento does, man. That's why I love this city. It's full of good people. It's full of really good people, man. And I appreciate all the well wishes and the congratulations from everybody, man. Thank you, guys.
I can attest to that, man. There's some great people in this city for sure, and got a chance to speak to many of you yesterday, man. And that was a blast. It was quite the atmosphere at the Golden One Center last night. Now, I just need you to settle something for me. This wasn't a debate, wasn't a discussion, wasn't a poll question. It was just something that was happening in my own head.
Okay.
And I may have told this to a few people.
Okay.
Had the Kings lost, would you have come back today?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, because I was telling everybody you weren't.
No,
I was like, if the Kings win, Kenny's back tomorrow. If they lose, he probably needs till Monday.
No, it was time. Although I wanted this one.
Oh, I know
wanted
you did.
This one.
I know you did. I know you did. I know you did. Everybody wanted this one. Everybody in that Golden One Center last night wanted this one. Everyone in the Kings uniform wanted this one. Yeah. Everyone in the Kings front office, everyone with a swipe tag for the Golden One Center wanted that game last night. And we were trying to stress that regardless of the opponent and the guys in the uniforms, that was a game the Kings desperately needed. They got a back-to-back coming up this weekend. They have not played well in the second night of a back-to-back. They got Chicago at the Golden One Center after a game in LA against the Clippers. Mm-hmm. And so there's a lot of reasons that the Kings needed that one, but of course, a massive performance from Tyrese Haliburton and/or Buddy Hield would have certainly thrown some salt on the national media perspective that has really seemed to level out over the course of the last few days, weeks leading into this game, and that it's okay that both teams are doing really well with this,
right?
And there's still a lot more that Sacramento's just we'll see how they handle it. But like we're talking about this, Tyrese is going to be an all-star.
Yeah,
he's going to be an all-star this year.
Yeah,
like he's going to make the all-star game in February. Now, whether Sabonis does or De'Aaron Fox does or both of them do, that remains to be seen. Tyrese is leading the league in assists. He's going to be an all-star, but it was not his night last night. Mm-mm. And we've got 4 hours, man, and our show is loaded. It's Batty Thursday of a different variety. Olivia's here. Deuce and Mo are here.
Oh, yeah.
And in the ultimate baddie, Matt George closes things out.
The main eventer.
in the go-home hour of the show. So we'll have time to talk about all of this, but Davion Mitchell deserves so much credit to me for the way he played Tyrese Haliburton last night.
Hey, man, I love Tyrese, man. I do. I got love for Tyrese. I'm dead serious. No caveat. Got love for Tyrese.
Absolutely. And Mr. Haliburton.
That's my guy. I love seeing him
absolutely.
there.
I wish you could have been there last night.
I know, man. That's my guy. Shout out Mr. Haliburton. But I say all that to say, there's a couple times in number 15 got on number 0. Mm-hmm. And 0 tried to make a move, and 15 was right there. And tell me I wasn't in my living room with Lil Ryan and Reese and Jazzy right there talking about, yeah. Mm-hmm. Because he had that boy on click, clack a couple times, and that's what I wanted to see. I was like, okay. Let's see what you can do on the perimeter. Then it was time, like I said, hey, Hey, Miles Turner. Hey, screen right here. Screen. I need a screen. Yeah, yeah, don't go one-on-one with that boy.
Mhm.
Don't go one-on-one with 15. You know better than that. You've seen it in practice every day. You've seen what happens with everybody outside of maybe Devin Booker that goes one-on-one with Davion Mitchell.
Well-
it don't end well.
Well, I don't be too hard on Davion. And
Oh,
Devin
absolutely
Booker.
not, because that man has lost his mind.
Those will.
That man,
that-
Devin Booker, has lost his
That
mind.
was the one thing that got I had to talk. I had a baddie Wednesday. I was sitting between Sarah Hodges and Morgan Reagan
Oh, it's
last night,
lit.
and I looked at the phone. I was just like, "Yo, Book had 51 tonight,"
Mm.
and then opened up the app and was like, "Yo, it's the start of the fourth quarter."
Mm.
Book's got 51 at the start of the fourth quarter. That's coming off the game he had against Sacramento.
What do you have,
where
44?
Will
40?
Z, yeah, Will Z posted the, wide open, defended, contested stat, all of those stats.
Mhm.
He didn't shoot a single wide open shot in that game.
It's
And I
crazy.
think out of the, I think he was, man, I hope I don't get these stats wrong, 4 of 8 in open shots.
Mhm.
Everything else, he was defended.
It was a couple of times, and we'll get back to Indiana, but there was a couple of times in the fourth quarter specifically when Davion had Book and he was guarding him and he was everywhere. And I hit him with a couple. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
damn,
that
ain't nothing you can do about
that didn't happen last night, man.
Nah, man, nah.
The energy in the building was crazy, and you could feel it from the moment the doors opened.
Mm.
And I didn't expect that crowd response. The Tyrese response, I was like, all right, it's cool. It was loud. It was very loud and deliberate. And I thought Scott Moak, let it hang for a minute, let him have it, and then they went straight to Buddy. And man, it shifted after Buddy. Like when they announced Buddy, like there was I thought Marvin was back. I was like, hey, where's Team Bagley at? What's going on in here? And he, he smiled and he had fun with it, and his team had fun with it. And like that, okay, you could have predicted that. I didn't think the crowd was going to boo him every time he touched the ball. That threw me for a loop a little bit.
Everything that went on with Buddy yesterday, I'm just a little perplexed by. I didn't think Buddy deserved that.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't think he deserved that. We get our jokes on here about Stefano and all this other stuff. Buddy showed up every night and he played hard every night. Did he play the way we want him to? Or
see, that's the thing, though. That's the
maybe
thing.
not.
I think, and I also want to say I don't know that, and I think Morgan pointed this out on Night Chat last night. I don't think it was venomous towards Buddy.
It wasn't venomous.
And there was a moment where like he hit a shot and the crowd didn't really react, and then he did something, and I thought he hit him with the Morgan says
it was Kyrie.
It was something else. It was something else. And that that whole side of the crowd that saw it responded immediately, and that's what kept him going. But you could see him kind of chuckle after he did it. I was like, I don't think he's taking this.
Nah,
I don't think he's taking this hard. But I'll say I think he showed up to play, but I think he often showed up to play for himself.
Yeah.
He didn't show up to play for Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, and that's fair. I just don't think I wouldn't say he should necessarily get the same response Tyrese did, but I didn't think he should be booed. I mean, I think there's really nothing, right? Like the booing.
No, you're not going to be met with indifference in Sacramento.
Booing for me is reserved for people who deserve to get booed. The Spencer Hawses. You could even make the case for everything Bagley related, even though Bagley refused to go into a game one at a time. Like Bagley sent out a press release the night before opening night talking about all this other, like Buddy didn't do none of that stuff. Buddy may be a little annoying. He may have not the best basketball IQ. He may have been out to get his numbers and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it was boo worthy for Bagley or for Buddy's return.
You know the rules on D-Lo and KC.
Mm-hmm.
Life is much better when you look at through the spectrum of professional wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
John Cena got booed for years, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone hated John Cena. I think it got to a point that they did the "Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks" thing because it became part of the show. And there were often reports where like you go to a TV and it'd be, let's go Cena sucks, and it'd be boo John Cena, all of this stuff. But then you go to the house show where there's no cameras and they know that they're like, okay, the gimmick's up, we're gonna cheer him because we really like him.
Mm-hmm.
I think what Buddy was kind of part of the show.
That's fair.
Trying to
That's
create, fair. And one thing that I really love about this is Jesse and I were talking about this before the show. It's like it's a home court advantage.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, you played here and it didn't work, or you didn't want to be. Oh, we're gonna let you have it. I don't think the boos that Buddy got are the same boos that Marvin got, and none of that is like
that's
what
fair.
Jason Terry would ever get if he got on the staff, or Spencer Hawes.
Now, I will say this: when you talk about part of the show, all being part of the show, when Buddy hit the three and he said whatever he said back, oh, I'm on his head.
Right.
Like that's right. Part of the show.
That's
like
right.
he have fun with it. I think the crowd would have fun with cool, but it was before that they was getting on his head. I was like, oh, come on, man. Buddy don't deserve that.
No, it was fun. I thought it was fun. We were speculating in the media room what type of game Buddy would have. Would it be like I think it was Leo who said 24 on 24. It's like, that might be too high. If he's 24 on 24, that might be too much. He wound up finishing with 17 on 13, but it was a night where we saw the Sacramento Kings defense step up. The return of the three-pointer. Kenny I didn't talk to Kenny much this week, but I knew you were itching to come back yesterday when you sent a text to me and James and said, I need 12 plus threes tonight.
Yeah, man.
You got that.
Yeah.
We're going to dive into this game, and man, we have got a show for you here today. Olivia coming up in about an hour. Deuce and Mo will join us here on, I heard it's December 1st. Deuce will be here. Deuce and Mo will be here. Matt George in the final hour of the show. Phone lines open for you, 916-909-1320. KC is back.
Yes, sir.
Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Whew. Oh, man. Feel good to be back, man. Feel good to be back. Although I can't lie, man. I'm missing my little girl already, man. I'm like, damn. You're going to forget about me because I'm not home.
Yeah. That's what everybody else does.
Yeah, we can.
I think there's a room for Jazz over there. I think there's a baby room over there.
Yeah, we can't bring that little girl to work. Boy, oh boy. She get to crying.
Damn, I would have. I absolutely would have. Jesse, our new HR rep. Oh, man. Do it.
I am.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was it?
I don't care
well,
about
it's already checked. It's already going to be checked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like it won't matter because I think it's a company thing. It's already going to be checked. Unless you have the screen open and it's not.
Oh, that day. Yeah. I don't know.
As far
I forgot.
as far as I know, we were all there.
Hey, I forgot what day that was.
Hey.
Yeah. This.
But I know that's fine. I don't need evidence, Jesse. We don't need evidence.
No fingerprints.
Yeah.
No face, no case.
Yeah. Saw Warren last night.
Oh yeah, I saw Warren was at the game, man.
I got to see a lot of our people.
A lot of people was in the building, huh?
It's good stuff, man.
The Kings, they got the game on Sunday. Then they ain't gonna be around for a while.
Yeah.
Sunday
and Sunday, but Saturday's in LA. Yeah.
Oh, Jesse, I'm gonna email you to call it a night.
Don't mind us, man. Jesse reminded us if we don't turn in our time sheets, we won't get paid. If time sheet's not in on Wednesday or Thursday, which is yeah, those other 2 days, those 2 days are already marked, so there's nothing to do with them. But moving forward, that's what we do, and that's what we do.
No, that's crazy. But if you are, I am.
Oh man. Yeah, I feel you. D'Lo filling out overtime for the merch shipments. Nah. No, I feel you. It's all right. I think I'm always, as long as stuff is just booze, I'm good with that. When it gets a little, and I think some people did this with Marvin. I think some of the Marvin stuff got a little. It's like, hey man, like calm down, bro. Like
Yeah.
you don't need to yell that. But if you're just booing, I'm with it. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, Andrew, it was popping. Diego, what do you want to talk about with Mark Jones, man? Tell me what you want me to say. Tell me what'll make you happy. Tell me what you want to hear about. What do you want us to discuss as it pertains to Mark Jones?
Tried. Not for that, just because the Kings played last night. But yeah, he left me on red.
Oh, cold world. Sonny, I think you're doing a lot there. I think this is a little too much. But truth be told, it doesn't even matter. Like he ain't here no more. Like we've moved on to greener pastures with Malik and Kevin Huerter and the 3-point shooters he got. Like when Kenny said he played hard, I know exactly what he was referring to, and I actually agree with him. Yeah, man. He's 10 out of 10 every time.
Hey, that boy Drapes was dripped up last night.
Drapes looked good last night. Yeah, Drapes looked real good. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Man, the streets is out for Kenny Caraway's return here to the show.
Yes, sir.
Kings get the win last night against the Indiana Pacers. Kings win big last night against the Indiana Pacers. 137-114. We'll dive into all of the nuances of that game. Remember, if you want to be a part of Drake Bars, if you want to be a part of the celebration this year, and don't think you have to be like Madman Leak or Sean P or our man Young Zell, where you got these mad bars.
You could be like me.
You could be like Kenny. You could just have some fun with it, man. Grab a Drake beat, roll the camera, keep it clean, tag out D'Lo and KC. Yo, we'll throw you on here.
It's a movement, baby. It's a movement.
Have you been able to? You've been able to work on the rhymes with the?
I mean,
with the baby.
It's been a lot. It's been a lot. 10 years is a long time. Things are different. You be forgetting how to raise a newborn.
Parenting is different.
Yeah.
Yes, I wouldn't know, but I'd imagine in the last 10 years, parenting has changed.
I was tripping, man. I was like, I sat down one time and I was just like, damn, I got kids, plural. What?
Yeah.
Plural. It's crazy. But I had to be ready for this one. Because I wanted this one. So without any further ado, Kings win over the Pacers. 137-114, 40. Give them the beat. Yeah, I'm back in the booth. Shout out Ryan, Daddy, love you, mama. Young Zell, man. Sean P. Let me get up in here, man. I had to get back at this. You know the vibes. Look, wouldn't look my way, then Degrassi pop. Young Money, Nicky and Wayne make the world stop. King stop the streak at 3, you know who it be. ESPN 1320, your boys D'Lo and KC. This ain't a diss at Tyrese, we got love for him. But hold on, player, I got a little advice for him. Stop letting JJ gaslight and hype you up before you fall in that big mauve bag and we ask you to light it up.
Oh.
The beam. Oh. Said you'll fall in that big mauve bag and we'll ask you to light it up. Yeah.
Don't ruin it. That was perfect. That was the best one yet. Don't ruin this.
Back on that serenade, cause that's what the people want.
Yo.
They called for it. Yeah. Ryan, love you, mama.
That was the one. Yeah, that was good. That was the one.
Woo!
Okay.
We got love for Tyrese, man. We got love for Tyrese. We do. But he just need to calm down. And then once again, I got love for Tyrese, man. We just gotta talk. Mr. Haliburton, we love you, bro. I wish I could have seen you last night. We gotta
I
talk.
wish you could have. Yeah.
But,
it was good stuff.
I saw some of the clips, you know what I'm saying, before the game, and Tyrese was like, some of the things I'm saying is taken out of context. But, what are you going to do? What you mean, what you going to do?
He didn't sound like that. That's not what he sounded like.
What you mean, what you going to do?
I think he...
You on Twitter all the time. I say this all the time about all these people. We all got Instagram stories and live. What do you mean, what am I going to do? Raheem Mostert know what to do. Raheem Mostert know what to do when something get taken out of context. What you mean, what am I going to do? But it's okay. It's okay. I'm just saying, like I said, stop having JJ gaslight you. He's gaslighting you right now, Tyrese. We love you here, man. We don't, just don't have him gaslight you no more, man. That's it.
You ready for round 2?
Round 2? You
ready?
Oh,
come on, man.
Wait a minute, it's a feature.
No, I love that you fall for that every
time.
Oh,
man, I thought it was a feature this time, man. Come on.
916. Oh, and by the way, where's I popped for the Tyrese turnover. Tyrese hadn't turned the ball over in 3 games, and then he throws he throws the ball. I think it was directly to. I want to say it was Terrence Davis. I don't think it was Terrence Davis, but I was like, oh! And everyone, look, Tyrese turned the ball over.
Hey, I think you'll get this reference. So when De'Aaron hit the dream shake of the century.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. That was one of the best moves I've seen in his entire career. And he got the ball and he waves Metu off.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like, remember, I don't know if you see that. Looking back on it is crazy. Remember when the 92 All-Star game, when Magic just started going one-on-one with everybody, and then Isaiah Thomas had the ball, and I think Magic was guarding him, and Isaiah was like breaking him down, but it was like this weak behind him.
Not really, yeah.
But everybody behind him in the stands was like, they rose. That's how I was when I saw him. Hey, no, I got this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, let's go. And then he delivered. Oh my gosh.
There were a couple of. Did you remember Sabonis' spin move? I think it was in the first or second quarter, and then he hit.
Harrison,
it was Harrison in the corner, and he missed it. Harrison missed it. Oh, the crowd would have. The Golden One Center might have just crumbled if that shot had gone in, because he hit that spin move, and there was this and then you see how open Harrison is in the corner, and the crowd was ready. Oh well.
No, it's
the moment came though. The moment came with the back-to-back Terrence Davis dunks.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
# that's our guy. Yeah, that's our guy right there.
And then it came from it's our guy too. But I've been trying to tell y'all 6 years, man.
That's how
for 6 years,
well,
man.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what Mike Brown said about that Malik Monk gentleman you're talking about.
Oh, you got socks on?
Mike went the extra mile to show us he went the extra mile to show he had some no-show.
That was almost
on.
Singletary dropping his pants at halftime.
Well, the thing was, Mike almost hurt himself too, because like the table moved and like James jumped up and pushed the table back, because we were like, Shannon gonna have to put out a press release. Yeah, Mike Brown tore his ACL in the pregame press conference. I'd rather just not explain.
That's my guy, Mike Brown, man. That's my guy. But
he's riding for his guys, though.
Yeah, he is.
He's riding for his guys.
Real quick, I want to ask you this.
I love how excited you are to be back. This just brings me so much joy.
Man, I missed you. I miss Jesse. I miss the people. You know what I'm saying? I miss the microphone, and I'm glad to be back. But the whole thing, somebody asked it in the chat earlier. We got it in the rundown a little bit. I had the bars. This thing with Tyrese in Indiana, is it over now?
No.
I agree. And I think a little bit of it has to do with, like, this is one of the more high profile, great trades in recent memory. That has worked out for both teams. So it's going to stay in the limelight as long as Tyrese continues to play well. And because I keep saying it, for better or worse, the Kings are one of the most relevant franchises in the NBA today. I've been saying that since the summer.
You have TC Leasy. Hang on 1 second. We're going to get to you. There's two realizations I had yesterday. One, there is a scenario where that last night's game doesn't put an end to this.
Mm-hmm.
What would put an end to it, though, is the Kings making the playoffs this year. If the Kings make the playoffs this year, I think the discussion ends.
Okay.
Now, if I think if the Kings make the playoffs this year, it's a pretty good sign that Domantas Sabonis is going to be with this team for a very, very long time. I think that probably, if it doesn't dead the discussion, it really, really quiets the discussion. Two, and this was a realization I had yesterday, this is a trade the Pacers can't lose. Like everyone, like if you
right, they can't.
Your boy Chris Mannix,
Yeah.
like he
Well,
wrote.
Okay, settle down.
No, it's your guy. He wrote a pretty fair layout. It was different, similar to what Anthony Slater and Sam Amick did in The Athletic. Like, and there's a number of these articles out here where it's like, it's a far cry from what we got last February. But it's like, it actually appears both teams are better off for this. Both teams have won. But there's no situation where the Pacers really blew it. There's no situation. Sabonis could go on to be an all-star for the next 6 years.
Right.
No one's ever going to say the Pacers blew it. God forbid something happens to Tyrese Haliburton. No one's ever going to say, man, the Pacers got this wrong. Look what they did. They could have had Domantas Sabonis. They could have done this. No one's ever going to do that. The Pacers are essentially in a win-win situation. Like they're maybe not a win-win situation. They're in a no-lose situation. Whereas the Kings, obviously, by 16 turning to 17, and then all of the ramifications that come from 17, they've got a lot to lose in this.
Yeah.
So it really is just about what the Sacramento Kings can accomplish. I said this a minute ago. De'Aaron Fox is going to be, Tyrese Haliburton is going to be an all-star. He's almost certainly going to be an all-star in 2 months. As long as if the Kings are 2-3 games, if the Kings are in this exact spot at the all-star break, 2 or 3 games above 500, hey, it's part of the discussion. Kings gave up on an all-star, but hey, let's not ignore where they're at. And a big reason, a huge reason as to why they are where they are, is Domantas Sabonis. And that's completely separate than if, Sabonis and Fox make an all-star team. I was talking to Slater yesterday, Anthony Slater. Thinks if the Kings get an all-star, it's probably De'Aaron Fox. I don't know how they look at these positions, but when you look at what Domantas Sabonis is doing and stuff in the stat line on a night-to-night basis, he's not putting up numbers like Devin Booker and Jason Tatum are doing. Right. But when you look at his impact on the game and you look at the way he's filling that stat sheet and you look at how much he matters to everything Mike Brown is doing, that's an all-star to me.
I agree. I agree. But
so there's a really long answer, a really long way of answering. I don't think last night did anything.
I don't think so either. I think it stays around for a while. I think the energy stays for a while. It's never going to be like the first time, never is. But it's going to be there. And I think part of it that's going to keep it there is, well, number one, Tyrese being good, but the Pacers are going to be good. Like if they continue to be as good as they have been so far this year, yeah, it's going to be like, and the Kings are good, it's going to be a big game. And with the big game is going to come the storyline that happens forever. The other thing about this is, and I don't know, we may be past all this, right? We may be past it. It may be done. But I think the fact that Tyrese, at one point at least, would continue to perpetuate his the chip on the shoulder he has for the Sacramento Kings. I could see that continuing, having this thing continue. I think he'll stop. But on one side, I look at Tyrese's situation, and I got traded. Now I'm thinking about it in his mind. Me, Kenny Carroll, I'm like, people get traded all the time, D. You know what I mean? You tough. You know what I mean? But in his mind, he was heartbroken with that. I could see him using that as motivation to want to kill the Kings every single time he plays them. And it becomes something competitive and personal. If I'm a Kings player, I don't know if they have guys who do this, But if I was De'Aaron Fox per se, I may like Tyrese. We're cool. We're cool. There's no beef there.
Mm-hmm.
But I notice what you say every time. I notice every time you're asked, I love the fans in Sacramento. And I mean, hey, I know you were traded, but I was here. You never, like, if you were mad at Vivek or Monty for trading you, you can make that clear. You could say, hey, I love the fans of Sacramento. I play with a lot of great guys over there. You know, I got love for those guys. And you can, you every time, it's not an accident. He makes the distinction every single time he's asked about that. He separates the fans from the organization all the time. If I'm De'Aaron Fox or somebody else, not saying he has to think this way, but I'm telling you as a competitor the way that I would think.
Mm-hmm.
You've shown that you can make the distinction. Make the distinction between your former teammates in the front office, which you have not done. So I got smoke for you. I got heat for you every single time you play because I take it personally. So me personally, if I was on the team and just being the type of competitor that I am, just like Tyrese wasn't over it, I'm not over it. Every time I see you, I hear everything you say. I'm about to go to work on you. I'm going to hit you with the dream shake. I'm going to tell Metsu, get out the way. Let me take this boy one-on-one. If I'm Davion, I'm about to lock your ass up. I heard everything you said. That's just kind of how I am.
Okay. 916-909-1320. Appreciate your patience. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yo, what's up with my two brothers?
TC. What up, big dog?
Yes, sir. What's up, man? Congratulations, Kenny, bro. I'm glad you're back, too, man. You got the little one.
Thank you,
sure.
bro. Thank
man,
you. I appreciate you.
Hell yeah, for sure. Hey, man, I'm so fired up about that game last night. That was a good game last night, and that was a much-needed win for just the Kings in general. I know Buddy and Tyrese came back, but that was just a big win for the Kings.
Yeah.
And to piggyback on what you guys were talking about earlier, D-Lo, I mean, it's like this with Kings fans, bro, with all of us. We love you unconditionally. We'll have your back. We're like, go to war with you, bro. But like, as soon as you start talking smack, especially if you're traded or like on your way out the door, then once you show your true colors to Kings fans, bro, then we're like, screw you. You get what I'm saying? So like the booing, I get it. But then I get where everybody was like booing. I don't have a problem with that. Like, if you boo him every time he has the ball, oh, well be it, bro, because you showed your true colors. Ty didn't get booed all last night. I mean, because he wasn't really talking on his way out. He talked a little bit, but like not on his way out like Buddy and Bagley did. You get what I'm saying? Your true colors of Kings fans, bro, then it's like, screw you, F you. You get what I'm saying?
Damn.
Well, at least he said F you, because sometimes people forget what we're doing and they just let it fly out there.
Now, the funny thing about what TC had to say is I would disagree with him in that I think they're reversed. I don't think Buddy said much of anything about Sacramento. Tyrese has been doing all the one that is, in TC's words, showing his true colors. So with that case, if that's how TC and other people want to play it out, Tyrese should be the one getting booed, not Buddy. Buddy hadn't said much of anything, except they just had me stand in the corner. That's the only thing he said.
Let's not pretend like Buddy wasn't, we're all of a sudden everybody's monitoring who likes what on social media.
Yeah.
So let's not forget the Buddy Hield 76ers uniform.
That's facts. And he did Pacers too.
Did he?
Yeah, like
I missed
in the
Pacers.
summer.
I remember the 76ers one. I remember the Pacers one.
Yeah, he did a Pacers
But
one
like,
too.
if we're monitoring social media behavior, and there's some major outlets that are, well, there you go. I mean, I don't know the stuff with the stuff with Tyrese. You know what? Let's get. I think Leezy's up. Let's get to Leezy here real quick. I don't want to keep him waiting too much longer. 916-909-1320. Lee's us. What's happening?
Yo, D-Lo and Casey, what's good, guys?
Lazy.
Hey, congratulations, Casey, and welcome back, brother.
Thank you.
Hey,
Hey, Leezy, there's speculation in the chat that you're attempting to make your voice deeper when you call in. Is that accurate?
No, brother. I'm calling from my car, and when I'm in my car, it's a little bit deeper. So maybe all my calls will be from my car from now on.
His bass button is different, man.
Hey, Jesse's hooking me up on the board. He's giving me
There
that
you go.
booster.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Hey guys, just a quick two-parter, man. TC kind of changed my call, but following up on his comments, we're kind of living in the now, and I understand people are mad at Haliburton, but guys get traded all the time, like you said. Boogie, he had things he said. Isaiah had things he said, and people still say now, hey, bring them back, give them a chance. So we're living in now, and I understand it. Congratulations to the Kings. But my call was about this question. Obviously, the Kings are playing good after the trade and all that, and it's Monty's last year right now. Do you think he makes one more move and go after a guy like maybe Kuzma, who's out there, who's a young wing, maybe could replace Harrison? And I know that's not just one for one. Do you think Monty has maybe one more move up his sleeve to make the team even better and give them that final push and get a defender they need, maybe like Kuzma?
I think he does.
Appreciate you, Lazy.
I think he does. I think he's got a move to make. Will he actually make it? I don't know. Now,
Monty will tell you he's always going to try to make the team better.
Yeah. Now he's talking Kuzma. Jay Crowder's out there.
I do want to point out though, Kuzma's not the guy though. Like unless you think Kuzma's an immediate upgrade, and that's all you're concerned about is from, we'll say February till the end of the season. I don't know. I don't know that does what you want, because you don't have any years left with Kuzma, just like you don't have any years left with Harrison Barnes. You're facing the same thing.
Well, the thing about it is, I wouldn't be looking to trade Kuzma or a trade for Kuzma.
This Kuzma's expiring, right?
Yeah, I think he is.
Okay.
I wouldn't be looking to trade Harrison Barnes for Crowder. Like I'm not looking to trade Harrison Barnes. It's not the move, for moves like that, for Kuzma or for Crowder or something like that. Like if it's, a big time an all-star player and you have to include him, all right, you got to do what you got to do. But one of the things that I'm continuing to monitor is we gotta I don't want to do it. We gotta figure out what's going on at the power forward spot right now. Like we just gonna ride that out. If we just gonna ride it out, then we just gonna ride it out. But our guy, who I believe will be fine long term, I'm not saying trade him. I'm talking about the starting 4 spot where Keegan Murray is struggling right now. He is struggling. And I think that's another level that this team has. If, number one, he can either get back to the way he played in the summer and early in the season, or they make a move to upgrade that position, maybe move him to the bench and have him play with the second unit, that's where improvement can be made.
I don't think that's the plan.
I don't think so either. I think I don't know if I said it here or whatever, but I think
we got all these damn podcasts and shows. It's hard to keep track.
When you decided to start him, that was it. There ain't no turning back. I'm not for yanking him in and out of the starting lineup.
I got you, and I think that I don't know if this needs to be said after last night, but given the way that the season is going, maybe it does. KZ Okpala needs minutes in every game.
Nah, come on now. Hell yeah.
Like what he did last night, like he needs minutes in every game.
Absolutely.
I don't care what I don't care if it's 4-on-5 on the other. Like he needs minutes. Like he is
100. He's got to be in the rotation.
He is ferocious on the defensive end.
He's got to be in the rotation. I thought he did a good job on Monday as well.
Devin's
just crazy right now. Like there's nothing you can do about it, but that's the type of guy that you want to throw on these guys. KZ absolutely needs to be in the rotation.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that means. Because Trey Lyles is sick.
Yeah.
He was playing really well before he left. So he didn't do anything to deserve like
he's
when
not
he
getting
comes
demoted.
Back. Yeah. So I don't know what you do, but I don't know. If it's something,
it's a hot hand.
It's something like, I don't mean to cut you off, but if it's something like last night, and I thought this happened a little bit on Monday, I got to really break it down. But last night, it felt like Keegan started and he didn't play crazy minutes, right? When it was time to open the game up, that was Monk, Mitchell, Chimezi, KZ. Keegan starts, but he doesn't play quote unquote starter minutes. Maybe you start him, you bring him along slow, and he's playing what you would think is bench minutes, and then you mix the minutes up that way.
Well, the minutes were really spread out yesterday. Like De'Aaron only played 27. We got to talk about De'Aaron too. I was in a annoying text thread with Kamara in the Phoenix game.
Kamara,
who was talking about, is De'Aaron hurt? And he was, he rattled off like 20 De'Aaron Fox texts in a row. Didn't hear anything from him last night, but he was texting on Monday, and I wasn't at the game Monday. I was there last night, and De'Aaron is moving funny. Like I don't like I was just, man, when the game is stopped, he's moving funny. And he took I don't think he scored in the first quarter.
He didn't score till I added in the notes like 3:50 to go in the second quarter.
Yeah, he took and then he got going.
Right.
And then whatever was ailing him, he started to like he was feeling it. But I think there might be something there, and the fact that the Kings play Saturday and Sunday, and then once you get through Saturday, you get through Sunday. You hit the road, you got the Bucks on Wednesday. I think you're every other day for like 10 days or something like that, 12 days. Like you've got a lot of basketball ahead of you. But we saw the minutes really spread out last night. I kind of feel like Keegan is kicking out of it. I don't know that he's full on hulking up yet, but I feel like he's kicked out of it.
Well, here's the concern.
It's a false finish. He's
Here's the concern. I think he does solid at home. On the road, it's been
there's
a huge struggle.
Yeah.
And we talked about what December looks like for the Sacramento Kings schedule-wise. A lot of road games. I think they play Chicago on Sunday. And then I don't know if they come back home until like the third week of December.
That's right. The way that it works out is they're basically on the road the first half of December and home the second.
Yeah.
Like the entire if you want to see the Kings, you better go see them Sunday because they're going to be gone for a while. They're going to be gone for a while. We'll come back. There's obviously a lot more to talk about with the Sacramento Kings, and we're just hanging out, having some fun, man. Happy to have my partner back. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Olivia on the way in about 30 minutes. Deuce and Mo after that. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I don't think I've purchased a soda out of a vending machine in like 5 years, and I think it done or 15 years, and I think I've done it 3 times since we've been here.
Well, they got orange juice.
I'm not drinking orange juice.
You want apple juice?
I don't like the way you said that. You said that with like a certain
tone.
Whoa!
What's going on with hostility?
You said that with a certain tone. You want some apple juice?
Yeah, it's the friend offering a beverage.
Oh man,
dude, KC, get your boy, dude.
Chad, did y'all hear the way he asked that? Like, I feel like he asked that a certain way.
I don't know, man. Dolphins and Dolphins fans, they wilding right now, man. They wilding.
Oh, we can talk about that later too.
Man.
I know somebody talked about it earlier. I just pulled up the Twitters. They going crazy on us on Pacers Twitter. Whatever, Pacers Twitter. Whatever. We ain't worried about you.
That's what Big Sean said.
Enough for that night with you.
My door.
People be saying the stupidest stuff on Twitter. Like responding to like this guy yesterday I had the tweet where I was like, yo, Malik gives me Shump vibes or whatever, except he can actually drop 30, and this guy was like, that's a terrible analogy. They play nothing alike. Shut the hell up.
Watch basketball, bro.
Shut the hell up. You guys just be saying some stupid stuff. None of our chatty house people.
And to the chatty house people, can I point out how much I love you guys have adopted Sensational and made that a thing? Like we're just so thankful for that, man. Thank you. We literally sell t-shirts. Here, just for you guys. We're gonna put a 25% on sale right now.
Hey,
right now. Hang on.
Let's go.
I mean, give me a minute. Like I'll get it set up right now.
Did you see that interaction with Dion and the reporter from Jackson State?
I don't think so.
So it was actually pretty funny. I tweeted it out yesterday. So I guess he does a weekly with this guy from Jackson State. And early in the season, the guy asked him a question, and Dion kind of, roasted him a little. Not roasted him, but he was like, "Hey man, like, ask the question better. Like, come on, man. Like, you put some personality into you sounding stiff or whatever the case may be." But it kind of went viral in itself, and people were like, Dion.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so he did that, right? People were like, Dion's kind of a dick or whatever the case may be. But they had an interaction the other day where the guy asked him, he like, you could tell he's just in a different space with Dion, like more comfortable. And he was joking with him about, the Chiefs, that's my team. They play in Denver on Sunday. I was just wondering, can I ride with you to go to the game? I was going to the game. And then him and Dion just start cracking up, and they just, but it made me think about like how, I don't want to say Dion made him better, but that's what Dion was trying to get him to do at the beginning. And people were like, Dion, you're an asshole. Why are you doing this to him? And this guy like joked with them, showed personality. Eventually they had a good laugh. And Dion was like, that's what I want you to do from the beginning. Like, be yourself, be whatever. But I thought that was, if you know where it started, to see that clip and where they've ended up, like, I thought that was a cool interaction.
25% off everything. It's live now. No code needed. No code needed. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, live over at DLoandKC.com, as we just launched a sale over there on DLoandKC.com. Get 25% off just because we love you. And we're thankful for you. And it's the holiday season. And if you're buying stuff as gifts, well, we're not exactly Amazon Prime. So the earlier you order it, the better. The average time for delivery on hoodies is normally like 14 days at the most, but it's normally like 11 or 12 days. So
yeah, I need to get my stuff in. Nah, for real. Okay. Well, I was a little busy.
Bro, yeah, that line would work if you hadn't told me like November 1st.
No, back then. But like the day before Thanksgiving, I was like, yo, I'm about to get it to you. And then it was crazy. That was it's been a crazy week.
I do want to point out the reason Kenny sends it to me is so I can pay for it. Like that's why he's sending me the list. Like he could go order it with the special way he orders it, but he knows he sends it to me. I'll pay for it. Jesse did the same thing. Jesse wears the same D-Lo and KC hoodies over and over and over again. Miss P got more hoodies than Jesse got, but I'm gonna get you the list. I think Jesse low key don't like our gear. That's what it is. And so
keep on wearing that Dolphin gear. That's not acceptable this week. It's not acceptable.
I love this. It's Dolphins and 49ers this week, and there's real beef in the studio.
And it was cool till they start popping off.
He was just telling the truth.
All right.
You should have seen. We had a Jesse cam yesterday. You should have seen Jesse yesterday.
I heard. I was listening a little bit. We had a doctor's appointment on the way. I was listening, and I was visualizing. It was very stressful.
Oh yeah.
It was. I don't want to talk about it. Like seriously, I don't want to talk about it.
It's okay. All right, buddy. I thought maybe the wounds had healed.
I thought they did too, to be honest. But now I'm like talking through. I was like, no, it's not.
Okay. We won't bring it up again.
But you weren't expecting it though, Jesse.
Expecting what?
You weren't expecting to make it around to 16. That's what you said.
Yeah, but when you get my hopes up,
don't play with my emotions. I get you.
DLoandKC.com, no code needed, 25% off for everybody, simply because we love you guys like crazy. We appreciate you for being here. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up and hit the subscribe button. Do not forget to do that. That's really important for the growth of the YouTube channel. We love having the radio show. We love being on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM. HD2 and the Odyssey app and all of that, but we've really seen so much growth over there on YouTube, and Jesse works really hard on that page. So hit the thumbs up and hit the subscribe buttons as well.
Can I? No.
Shame on us. I don't think we've mentioned Harrison yet.
Oh man, he came out blazing too.
I don't think we've mentioned Harrison yet.
He came out blazing. He was balling.
We're quick to point out how many threes he's taken, how many threes he's hit. 1 of 4. Harrison had himself a night last night. I don't know if that's the direction you were going. I want to mention Harrison had a night, and we'll talk about it. But
it wasn't.
I'm sure you weren't. I know you weren't. That's why I wanted to make sure I said it, because I knew you weren't going to reference Harrison
My boy
Barnes.
Harrison, he was balling outside. I mean, is it really that simple right now? Like it's starting to feel that simple. If he is aggressive and scores 15, we saw the stat last night. If he's aggressive and scores 15, Kings are gonna win. If he's not, it could be a long night. Is it really that simple?
It might be.
I think the stat now
might
is
be.
7-1 when he scores 15 or more points.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, then apparently it is that simple. It is. I mean, you look at he didn't play well in the 3-game losing streak.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's what we were talking yesterday, especially because I feel like Harrison was the only one who was truly honest about this game. Tyrese yesterday at shoot around, he was nervous. You can tell. You could look at him and see that he was nervous.
Hey, them lights.
Tyrese is also I mean, but I ain't gonna stall him for that. I think I'm sure that he's seen the vibe of the arena and all of that different stuff. And he, as soon as we aired the clip from Sean Cunningham, we had the visual here in the studio for those that were listening. It was like, oh, he's lying. And that's okay. Like, he's nervous like that. And it's okay to be nervous. And it's okay to not acknowledge you're nervous to the media. Like, that's all right. But Harrison was the only one who was like, yeah, no, this is not a regular game.
Right.
We know that.
I like you saying that.
And Harrison, I love Harrison, the senator. What do you think the response is going to be? And Harrison, well, in light of recent events, like I don't know. I thought that was great, but I thought Harrison was honest, and seeing his personality compared to Buddy's, Tyrese's, and you can't really tell with Sabonis anyways, and some of the other guy, Keegan, how Keegan looks all the time.
Young Cove said Sabonis had nervous energy. I saw that on Twitter, Young Cove. He was like, oh, look at that nervous energy. He's swaying back and forth while he's answering this question.
Yo, and he might be right. He might be right.
Nervous.
But that's why I was like, I think Harrison is going to be the guy to get this team going tonight.
The other thing about that too, yesterday was Harrison said it in that clip. He said, I've done this twice. All those other guys you talked about, they ain't never really been in this position of playing your former team, or going back to a place where you really like being, or whatever the case may be. Like, Sabonis probably gonna feel some type of way when they go to Indiana.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Like, it's
thank God I got out of here.
It's too damn cold.
Stupid. Nice catwalk. Cool.
Yeah, now I can walk outside in January. I don't have to go through stupid tunnels.
I'm sorry. Indiana's a fine place. I apologize.
I've never been there, but it seems fine. I mean, I guess
it's
they
fine.
got great steakhouses.
It's just cold. They
have
steakhouses like everybody else
I know.
does.
I mean, geez, Morton's is right down the street. Echo and Rig. Whatever.
I mean, you and Sarah go there on Tuesdays, for God's sakes. 916-909-1320. Let's get to TJ. TJ, what's happening?
What's up, y'all? How's it going?
We good, TJ. What's up, baby?
Good. Hey, I'm just a long-time listener, first-time caller. First and foremost, want to shout out Kenny. Congrats on the new baby, man.
Thank you, my guy. I appreciate you, big dog.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say, honestly, I feel like last night was the most satisfying win all season, top to bottom. We look good, defensive end, offensive end. I just wanted to say my favorite moment of the game by far was we're up 30 points, and Harrison Barnes is diving on the ground for a loose ball, which led to a TD slam dunk. And I feel like that encapsulated, the culture change, because last season, like, we've been begging people to show some heart, show some effort.
Yeah.
Like, go for those 50-50 balls, and HB diving for a loose ball up 30. Man, I couldn't do nothing but applaud and feel proud of the team, man.
Yeah,
that's
man.
good stuff.
That
No
is a
doubt,
good call,
TJ.
man.
Appreciate you.
It is a good call, and it led to TD's dunk and then the alley-oop. That was the exact play. But yeah, they showed out, man. TJ said a lot there, but that was a satisfying win. I wanted it bad. I think the Kings wanted it bad. The crowd definitely wanted it bad. You were there. You saw the vibes. And it reminded me of a couple things. James said it a little bit yesterday on the show, but the Kings are all right. They lost 3 in a row. They had a tough situation in Atlanta, and a tough back-to-back situation where I don't think they played great, but they battled to have an opportunity. That was right before Thanksgiving, so we didn't talk about it. But I think it was like a 2-point game where like they just couldn't get over the hump.
Yeah.
You know, with how they played. I thought that was an all right sign.
Mhm.
And then they played the two best teams in basketball.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even with Boston, they started off bad, and then they fought their way back, had the lead, and then Boston just went crazy. Boston just went crazy at the end of that third quarter. Phoenix, Devin Booker's playing insane, and they had an opportunity. Still had a chance. So, you know, the fact that one of the things that we always talked about since we've been doing the show is 3, 2, 3, maybe even 4-game losing streaks. They happen.
Mhm.
They can't be 7, 8, or 9.
Yeah.
And aside from going up against Indiana and all the, you know, the storylines that were going on going into this game in that respect, hey, the Kings had to get a win. They had to stop the bleeding, stop it at 3. You got a game at home against a team that is either equal or below you. You got to win. You got to win. And they came out and they handled business. And that was a great sign to see. To me, that was a great sign that when given the opportunity to kind of stop the bleeding, and you got a team where, you know, the good teams do this. The good teams do this to Sacramento or have in the past.
Mhm.
Oh, man, I'll just say Phoenix. I'm just throwing out a team. Oh, man, we didn't lost 2 or 3. Kings are coming in. We gotta handle business. We gotta stop this losing streak now. That's what the Kings did last night.
Yeah.
Damn, we didn't lost against Boston, Phoenix. We got to stop this now. Indiana's in the Indiana, good young team. They're playing well, but we got to handle business tonight, and they did that. I thought that was great to see.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, ESPN 1320, 98.5 FM KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, 916-909-1320. Our brother Manny, haven't heard from Manny in a while. Manny, what's good, baby?
What's up, guys? How y'all feeling?
We good, Manny. What's good, man? It's good to hear from you, bro.
Congrats to you. You a princess daddy now. I know how
Absolutely.
that feels. It's a totally different feel, but man, you're gonna have so much fun, man.
Oh man, I'm already having a blast.
So can we talk about how likable this team is? Like this, it's not just about being a good team. Like, look, you guys know I'm a Bulls fan, and I don't really connect with that team. I'm gonna root for them no matter what, but I'm actually more excited for the Kings, just watching them play, the smiles. Everyone seems to enjoy each other. Everyone's diving. If sometimes some guys don't play and they're just sitting there cheering on the bench, and then when they do get minutes, they make the most out of it. It's like, oh no, there's just this infectious feeling about this team that no matter what, they're just fun to watch collectively.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. This is a fun team to watch. The energy that this team has is something that captivates you when you watch them. Yeah. They play with an energy, and I think a lot of that goes to obviously, you know, the guys they have starting. Fox and Sabonis is phenomenal with what he does on the floor with passing the basketball and things of that nature. But I give a lot of the credit for that. We talked about a little bit during the break to Malik Monk and Terrence Davis. Those guys, and I'll put Davion in there too. Those guys are fun. They give a level of, dare I say, showtime that this team hasn't had in recent memory. We got alley-oops. We got people trying to dunk on people. We got we haven't had that in a while. Guys that do that, and they bring a different energy to this team that lights up that arena. And then obviously the Sacramento Kings crowd in the Golden One Center is the setting, the ultimate setting for what's going on. Because you were there, I'm watching on the screen. It looked like a madhouse at tip off. Like they were ready to go. Yeah. And in the first quarter, when they went up 15 or whatever, they was blowing the roof off then.
And you know how that arena is. There's so much to do there. There's so much food. There's so many drinks. There's so much wandering. There's so much standing you can do. Because of the circumstances of last night's game, they were ready for the introductions. There were far more people in their seats last night when the starting lineups were announced than there'll probably be the rest of the season. Because, again, there's so much to do there. There's so many things you want to do before you go sit down. They was in there.
Yeah.
They was in there. They was ready for that. I was actually texting with Jill Adge before the show started about how much I genuinely love this team.
Yeah.
Like there's so many. There isn't a guy on this squad that I don't like. Rashawn doesn't even play, man. I love Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah.
You know, there are guys like I really like everyone on this team. I like the coaching staff.
Yep.
You know, I like watching those guys. Like I love watching, you know, Shane and Barbosa and DC working Sabonis before the game.
Mhm.
If you ever get to a game early, Sabonis is one of the last guys on the court. If you ever get the opportunity to see him work, they kick his ass before the game starts. Like they make him work. And it's something to see. Like he's getting beat up by, and they're all having fun, but he is getting Shane is trying to keep him from scoring. And I absolutely love this squad. Let's get Chicago in here real quick. Chi-Town. What's happening, baby?
What's happening, fella?
What's up, Chi-Town? What's up, baby?
Nothing much, man. Welcome back. Congratulations on the baby girl.
Thank you, my man.
Quick question, though. What did you name her?
Ryan. R-H-Y-A-N. Ryan Patrice Caraway.
That's what's up. That's a beautiful name, bro.
It was, in fact, not the baby, as I suggested on Monday. They did not go with the baby Caraway.
Hey, I was thinking of Kiki Caraway. But I went to the game last night, and I went because D-Lo threw it out there real fast yesterday. Like, yeah, James Ham will be here in a minute. He's at the shoot around with 50 Cent. I'm like, 50 Cent. I said, kids, we going to the game. So we went and had a very, very good time, man. And everybody that's calling in, shout out to TC, Happy Ass Leezy, everybody else that called. Everybody's saying exactly what I wanted to say. You saying Showtime. It feels like that, man. It feels like anybody that got the ball, we want to see them play. You know what I'm saying? You know how you could be like, oh, no, don't pass the ball to this man. Everybody that touched the ball is exciting to watch, you know, and I really was happy for Harrison Barnes. He was getting down, man. That's who we going to need to get to that Western Conference Finals.
Ooh.
Right,
Let's talk about Chi-Town. Talk that talk. Talk that talk, Chi-Town.
Western Conference Finals. All right, Chicago, we appreciate you, baby.
He led the state of Chicago in scoring. Illinois. Oh, okay.
I was about to say, Chi-Town, my man, we appreciate you. 50 was courtside last night.
Did you meet 50?
I did not.
You could have talked about the interview you had with him back in the day.
I will not do that. Hey, 50, remember in Las Vegas, we were talking, and then you called like 2 weeks later. No, that'll never be brought up. But remind me at 3:56, we need to have a conversation, you and I.
Oh
yeah. There's moves to be made, and our girl KMB is on board. Olivia set to join us.
Let's go,
coming up
Kings.
here. Let's go. You know what I was looking at is I was going through some Instagram stuff yesterday, and there's only 2 NBA teams that he signed on with.
What's the other?
The Pacers.
Really? I didn't know that.
First, and I don't. Now that I think of it, it's weird because he had the Astros, he had the Texans. He must have had the Rockets, and I just missed it. But he had a lot of Houston.
I remember a Rocket situation.
And then he had Sacramento and Indiana.
Wow. That's pretty funny, man. He got Sacramento and Indiana. And it's funny, I haven't paid attention. Maybe he does the same thing with the Pacers. But ever since he linked up with Vivek, he was repping the Kings hard over the summer. He was in the New York streets in a Kings jersey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
and he was greeting Kings fans. It's not like he was, you know, but he was over there with Vivek courtside, but like people came over to see him, and I know he took at least a couple of pictures. I know he lit the beam at the end of the end of the night. Oh, he's going to be back.
He'll be back.
I mean, you can't do a show right now. I had to stop at Estelle's and get some coffee. I was freezing yesterday.
Cold?
Oh, I was so cold walking into that arena. I was like, I need some coffee.
I told
you can't do an outside concert with 50 Cent right now. It's too cold.
You can't.
It's too cold.
I was you probably saw the same tweet from Trista when she just getting feelers out there. She's like, yo, what's the weather like in Sacramento in the winter? And I thought, you know, I had the right one. It's chilly in the daytime and it's brick at night.
I felt like
it's cold at night once the sun goes down.
I felt like Kenny in the studio last night as I was leaving. I was like, man, this is too much out here.
You see, I had to come with the bubble jacket today, boy, and the hoodie.
Mike Brown said before the game yesterday he wanted Malik Monk to get recognition for Sixth Man of the Year. It was very literally the first thing he said. He sat down and he said, y'all need to start talking about Malik Monk as the Sixth Man of the Year. And this is coming off the heels of two of the last 3 games. He had a 27 and a 30-point performance. And then last night he had another 20-point performance. That bench was phenomenal. I can't sing the praises of Chimezie Metu enough.
Oh my gosh, Metu just keeps playing well every single time. Shout out to Freeport.
Yeah, Freeport was a guy I think a lot of people were like, look, we kind of know what we have. And that's an eye-opening talent evaluation moment for me, because it was like, yeah, we knew what we had in Chimezie Metu with Luke Walton and Alvin Gentry as the head coach. You got to give some of these guys an opportunity to play a different system under a different coach. And even with Chimezie, it took like a little bit, and he got an opportunity. And shout out to Freeport for getting an opportunity against, I think it was the Warriors, if I remember correctly. And then James posted a video where everybody was evaluating his body language, and he ain't missed since. He's been a contributor ever since then.
He's played such good basketball in his role. You know what I mean? He has been a star in his role. You know, I think that was Bill Belichick who talked about it. He has epitomized that. Every time he's out there, he's making impact plays that don't have to do with scoring. I mean, the way he attacks the offensive boards from time to time. He's got the whole thing with, rolling to the basket and looking for the lob, being available for that. He's got that down right now. Defensively, he's doing a great job of doing the best he can to be somewhat of a rim protector and kind of alter shots. Freeport is playing phenomenal right now.
Mike wanted 40-plus three-point attempts last night. You wanted 12-plus makes. You both got what you asked for. 16 of 43 for the Sacramento Kings from 3 last night. That's good for 37.2%. This is on the heels, 3-game losing streak. And all 3 games, it was 9, 9, and 9. In none of those 3 games did they hit the 40-point marker. Shoot, in the Phoenix game. And this is a credit to them, in my opinion, because they found something else that was working and stopped shooting the 3. They were 9 for 25 from 3. And, that was a game in which they were very, very competitive. And against the teams, the Western Conference's top team, they just fell short.
Yeah, and to me, that's their identity this year. That's 3. Who they are. They've got to be a team that hits the 3 ball. And I looked at these losses, and while I was watching it, it was the fact that they couldn't make it, right? Like they were shooting and they couldn't make the 3. And I was like, damn, they're not hitting the 3 ball right now. They're not hitting the 3 ball. And then I looked a little bit more into the numbers, and for what they were doing earlier in the season, I was like, bro, they're not taking them.
Yeah.
Like, shoot the 3. This is your identity. This is who you are. You are an explosive offensive team, and you are super aggressive shooting the 3 ball. And I understand completely people who say don't fall in love with the 3 and, look to attack. There's a balancing act that you have to do, but you also got to realize who you are. And that's part of your identity. And I know a lot of people, and I understand it. I get it. When I mentioned that after the Phoenix game, I was like, look, they're not hitting the 3 ball right now. Like to me, that's why they've lost these last 3 games. Well, Boston, it just kind of got ran over. But Atlanta and Phoenix, that was why they weren't winning, in my opinion. And people are like, oh, they need a rim protector. They need to play defense. Yeah, they need to play defense. They need to be better on defense. But the way I look at it is they're never going to be what people want on the defensive end. That's not how this team is built. So, yes, you continue to strive to get better. But privately, if I'm Mike Brown and Jordy Fernandez and D'Lo and Casey, and we're talking, look, we know this isn't a top 10 defense. This isn't a top. They can be better than 27th. Like they can
probably they're moving on up. Will Z said they're moving on up.
Yeah. They can be better, but that's not who they are. But the 3-point numbers, that's not who we are. And that's more important right now. We have to put pressure on these guys offensively to help our defensive issues as well. So I was glad to see them get back to it. Katie talked about it on the broadcast. She said the same thing where she talked to, I think, Jay Triano. I can't remember, but one of the assistants. And he was like, yeah, we want to get 40 up. And I think they got like 11 up in the first quarter.
Yeah. They had what was the number? I think it was like 26. Why do I always do that? Like I don't have the game book over here directly to my right. But I remember looking like, man, it feels like they're getting up a lot of threes. And I think the number at the end of the first half was 26. And it was not. It was 28. They had gotten 28 threes up in the first half.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I apologize to Mike Brown and Malik Monk. I didn't mean to gloss over Malik so quickly and start talking about Chimezie Metu. Malik's performances and the way he ignites that second unit is becoming very, very regular.
Phenomenal. He's doing a phenomenal job. He is pretty much everything I thought he was going to be out of college. Now, it took him a while to get to this point.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah. I was talking to Jazz last night. She's like, how old is he? He's 24.
Yeah.
Like him, Fox, these other guys, it feels like they've been around for a long time because we've seen them for a while, but these guys are still 23, 24 years old. Terrence Davis, I think, is 25 or something like that. Like these guys are still relatively young, and they're finding their way in the league. And I thought last year, I saw it a little bit the year before last year, but definitely last year, I thought Monk was starting to understand who he was going to be in this league and kind of working through some things. And that was another reason why I was so excited to get him here in Sacramento, because I felt like, oh, okay, he's starting to figure it out. And man, oh man, is he the shot making, the play making, the energy. He's been phenomenal for these Kings.
If you're just tuning in, man, you are tuning in. He has been sensational. If you're just tuning in, you are tuning in at the right time. Olivia Christian going to join us here in just a second. Deuce and Mo right after that. Matt George in the go-home hour of the show. Much more ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Yeah.
Hey, one thing that was that I thought was pretty funny. On Monday, I was watching the game, and I knew I wasn't going to be here on Tuesday, but I was going to tell this story, and I was like, you guys, the Kings mess around and win this game. Y'all going to call me LeKenny, because no lie, I pulled it back up on the game log. I was sitting there watching the game. It was 101-94 Phoenix with 8:46 to go. And I said to myself, hey, there was 101-94. The Kings came down and made a shot to make it 101-96. And I said, all right, baby, I need a 13-2 run right here. I need a 13-2 run right here. And I think they went on like an 11-2 run. And I would have came back if they would have won that game. I'd be like, hey, I said I needed a 13-2 run. And, you know, I looked at my boy and I said, hey, I looked at Ryan and Reese and I said, hey, guys, they're going to get a 13-2 run right here. They got 11-2. I almost had a LeKenny moment.
I ain't even going to make a LeBron James joke because I love what he said last night. You see what LeBron said about Jerry?
Yeah.
I ain't even going to make a LeBron joke.
Yeah.
Because he looked at them motherfuckers and said, y'all energy is different.
Very different. Now.
He's still a liar. But.
Well. I agree with LeBron. He didn't hesitate to roll the bus back over number 11 when asked the question.
How so?
He made it clear, which is okay, but he made it clear, like, nah.
What you mean?
When he was asked about Kyrie the first time, he made it clear, like, man, I don't know none. He was about, I'm sorry to that man. I don't know that man. that was the energy he gave. Like, I'm sorry to that man. I don't know that man. That's the.
All right, but I don't think that really has anything to do with what he said last night.
No. I agree with what he said last night. I do agree with what he said last night. But he said, I'm sorry to that man. I don't know that man.
I don't think that's what he said. You being extra. What's up, O?
Hi.
Oh,
you
Hey.
are 4K today. What's happening?
Am I?
Yeah.
Well, yay. Let's not jinx it.
Maybe it's the rain. I don't know.
Sorry for those of you that see the full 4K, Olivia. Move away further from your screen.
I don't think anybody's worried about that. It's Batty Thursday.
Batty Thursday. Get with her.
Congratulations, Kenny Casey Caraway.
He can't hear you.
Why?
He's fiddling with his headphones.
Oh, well, I take it back. Forget it. I don't care. I'm not even a baby person.
IBFs. IB. What is it? WWF. What are those things called? The earplugs.
You what?
What are the earplugs called? IBF. What?
Yeah. IFB.
IFB. Yeah, I need to.
Say not IVF.
That's a boxing organization.
And I think Olivia was thinking about IBS. That's a medical condition.
Oh my God.
IVF is what women undergo to try to get pregnant. That's what I'm like.
IVF.
Oh God. That's another medical condition. Oh no. What is happening here? Oh man.
But I was saying hi and congratulations, Kenny, as you were.
Thank you very much, Olivia. I appreciate you. I appreciate your family.
I haven't heard back from our friends yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't heard back from our friends yet. I'll keep you updated though.
Thank you. You know, I've actually never been, and
hang on, coming back. Live on YouTube as well, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching right now, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. Of course, if you miss any part of the show and you want to catch up later, YouTube is a great way to do it. You can check out the D-Lo and KC podcast, available wherever you get podcasts from, on Apple, Spotify. I appreciate everybody posting their Spotify year-end recaps that show D-Lo and KC and Deuce and Mo and Locked On Kings and all of that good stuff, dope, man. Yeah, we greatly appreciate you as we welcome in our 1320 host and contributor and the host of the game last night, Cap, Olivia Christian. Olivia, how you? Come on, man. Are you feeling good today? You got to be feeling good today.
I am. I'm so excited to be on the day after such an exciting win. This is so fun.
Now I got to ask you, Olivia, I know you're not necessarily a Kings fan, but how did you feel going into that game? I mean, I think you like the Kings, but you're a Warriors fan. We've talked about this. You're a Warriors fan. All right. You're a King. It's like me and the Knicks. She's a Kings supporter. I'm a Knicks supporter. I like the Knicks, but I'm a Kings fan. Same thing with the Warriors. Warriors. And
all right.
I'll take that. There's nothing wrong with that. But did you have the same feelings that say I had going into that game last night? Where I was like, yo, I need this one. I need to beat Indiana. I need to lock up Tyrese. I need all of that. Did you have the same feelings?
Similar feelings. I didn't feel like we needed to do anything particularly special because of Tyrese. You know what's funny about all of this is like women are often talked about being so emotional. We're so emotional. You can't put them in stressful situations. They can't be president because they're so emotional. I'm like, look at all these men out here. This is like the longest breakup Tyrese has probably ever experienced, still talking about it, going through them, and then we're retaliating. Like, let's just let it go. We've all moved on to better partners that bring out better things out of us. Let's move on from this. But in terms of must win, yes. And I think the theme for me has always been like, I feel like the Kings, there are a number of teams that you have to beat and beat them in a resounding fashion to make a statement and to better position yourself with the NBA community, to get calls, to get, respect. And so last night's game, I thought they had to win for sure. And they needed to win in a particular type of fashion. And they did it last night. They ran them up. They played well as individuals and collectively. And it was just so much fun to watch and see the progress as the season has gone on.
And I think that's the thing, Kenny and I were talking about just a second ago, is especially compared to recent years, how fun this team is to watch. Like, they're a really likable group of guys, and they're just really fun to watch play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I made a couple of notes about Domas and Malik both skipping to the sidelines after they both made really great moves. Like, Domas had a particular assist, and then they called a timeout, and he's just like, we're off to see the Wizard, just skipping over to the side. I'm like, oh, that's so great. Malik made an amazing dunk in the fourth quarter that took the lead to 30, and he just, we're off to see the Wizard, skipping over to the sideline. Like, oh my goodness, the amount of joy
More than one
these
center
players
became the
have.
Yellow Brick Road.
Well, look, when Malik did it, the Pacers didn't call timeout. He turned around like, oh, I thought y'all called a timeout.
That's right. That's right.
But it's like it's clear they're enjoying the process, even the process of being coached, right? You know, some players look at when the coach pulls them over, like, you need to be doing this better. They're like, whatever, man, I know what I'm doing. Okay, they sit down on the bench in a huff. But Mike Brown has them dialed in. They all look like they want to be better. They're ready to be coached, so they're excited by being corrected. They're communicating to each other and correcting each other, and it's all joy and it's all love, really, and it's really contagious. I mean, I'm watching from LA on my home on my couch, and I'm like, God, I wish I was at Golden One right now. It looks so fun to be in that atmosphere. And I'm excited for the fans. I'm excited for the team, obviously. It's just so fun to see those guys playing with so much joy.
Yeah. The massive refs you suck chant was.
Look at me started on those guys.
That was thunderous last night. I can't believe they called that a flagrant on.
That's crazy.
On Malik.
That's crazy.
That I don't know. Do you get fined for flagrants? Because that's one they got. You can't take that man's money for that foul.
Yeah, I think you do.
It's a flagrant one. I don't know if you get fined for a flagrant one.
That was terrible.
That was a terrible call.
That was terrible.
And the crowd let them know that.
Wow.
It was a terrible call, but I mean, like, the injury, that's super scary. I don't know why you don't have a mouthpiece in. If you're a big guy down there, like, don't you put in the mouthpiece so you don't bite your tongue?
Yeah,
but
in 2022, yeah, you wear a mouthpiece.
You should, but that's not what should influence a call, though. The reaction shouldn't, or the consequence shouldn't influence the call. Like, it happened, it sucks, but that was part of the game. It's not Malik hit him with a Tyson in '88 to under his jaw. Like, that's not what happened.
Right. And what made it even worse,
or a Doug Christian,
there's always that. 03.
Didn't hit him with that.
What made it even worse was he didn't even make the call until the Pacers went crazy.
Yeah.
Like, then, yeah, well, hold on, whoa, wave it off, flagrant foul, offensive foul. Like, stop, bro, stop. These refs they're getting worse by the day.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, the refs are human. They respond to what sometimes, obviously they're not supposed to, but they respond sometimes to crowd pressure. And that's why I was talking about the necessity of starting off the season in a position to get respect and to get calls. Because if you're Kings teams of old and you're likely going to lose or lose it in the end, you're not going to get the refs to really pay close attention and not be responsive to the other's bench trying to recruit you into a call. Now, of course, it still happens. There are a number of calls that Domas gets that are just like ghost calls. Like, he wasn't even over there, or he just turned around, and like, oh, so we're still fighting through that. But it happens in every league, honestly. It's just like a Tom Brady, roughing the passer. If he gets up and he's angry and the crowd's yelling, the referees throw the flag. So, but that's what you get when you're Tom Brady or you're LeBron James. And that's why the Kings have to, in my opinion, keep continuing to win those games that they're supposed to win. So when they're playing those teams that it's 50-50, it's iffy, we'll see what happens, then they're better positioned to get some calls when it comes to crunch time.
Who do you think the team's best player is right now? I know we love the squad as a whole, and we just we talked about how great they're playing together. But do you think you can pinpoint who is the team's best player right now through 20 games?
Oh gosh, the best player right now is, I think, Malik. He just comes in and he changes. I mean, obviously De'Aaron Fox is the franchise guy. Domas changed the chemistry of the team when he came in midseason last year, but I feel like Malik's energy and even TD, like how they come in off the bench, speaks so much to the effort that is executed by all the other players when they're playing high, which is always, right? I don't think there's a game that we can point to and say like, well, he was off that night. If he's not making shots, if he's not hitting threes, if he's not throwing down dunks, he's doing it on the defensive end. So I just think he is so important. And the sixth man is always important on every team. And I think Malik has really stepped into that role, stepped into his game, found a team where he could be himself and thrive. And he loves what he's doing. You can tell that he loves the way that he's contributing. And it means so much to this team for him to be able to get subbed in and to not miss a step. And if anything, maybe add to the lead that they already have. So In that way, in that regard, I think he's the best player. But we obviously need De'Aaron Fox to show up every night. I'm concerned about, his feet or whatever is happening to him. Maybe he can sit down on Sunday. But
that's funny.
yeah, but Malik is crucial, I think, right now. He's crucial to their success, their energy, their emotion.
Yeah.
Who do you think it is?
I think it's De'Aaron.
Really?
De'Aaron.
I mean, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. I think it's Domas. I think Domas is so critical to everything that they do.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe that's not the answer to. Maybe that's an answer to a different question. Who's the most important player? De'Aaron's the best player. Domas is the most important player. Maybe those are two different things that I'm thinking.
What you're saying isn't wrong, but it's because they set it up that way, right? You know what I mean? Like they set up the offense to run through Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
So that's why he's maybe the most important.
Sure.
The best player
is
De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. Okay.
He's the team's best player. And maybe I'm partial to the guards, but Malik might be number 2. Malik is balling.
Yeah,
he's unguardable. He's a playmaker. He hits on all 3 levels. He is phenomenal right now.
We were talking about this. It's like Olivia was saying a second ago. We were talking about this with Coach Patrick on Tuesday, though.
Mm-hmm.
When you've got that spark off the bench, man, that could change everything for you, because not only does it ignite that second team, it could ignite that first team.
Yeah.
And Malik he's doing that on the regular now.
No.
And while I also think that's important is because Domas has gotten in some foul trouble. Again, some of these are calls that he deserves. A lot of them are calls that he doesn't deserve. These shadow calls, like I don't know who was there, these ghost calls. And yes, the offense runs through him. He's an amazing passer. He gets beat up a lot down there. So he's crucial to what the Kings are doing. But when he sits down and Metu comes in, I feel like that second unit, those folks are so important to the success of this team right now. That's what we lacked last year, right? It's like turning it over to the bench and like, all right, let's hold our breath to see if we can stay within range here to overcome this deficit. And now it's like, how much can we build? How big of a lead can we add to this with these guys coming off the bench? And that energy from Malik and I think from TD together, Davion, of course, he's always taking on the most difficult person on the court to handle defensively. He enjoys that. I just think it's been that has been the key to their success thus far. The 3-ball, of course, from Herter, but when he's not hitting, the rest of the team continues to come in and produce. And I think Malik is the leader in that.
I'm with that, man. I understand that completely. And, I ain't going to say nothing bad about my man, Malik Monk. You know that. That's my boy on the show. That's my boy right there.
We had TD. We need to get Malik. That's the next guy we need to have on the show is Malik Monk.
Malik is my favorite as well. Malik is my guy. Yes, because I like the energy he brings. I like the rough. When he goes in to attack the basket, sometimes, he gets swatted away. Sometimes it's a mess. It's like, you're going to be on SportsCenter tonight. But that doesn't deter him from going back at it. And that's what I love. Like, he's like, all right, I hit the ground. It was a mistake. I might be a poster right now, but I'm getting after it. I'm not giving up tonight. It's going to happen. And I just like that grit and that grind.
He tried to catch a Miles Turner body.
Oh, my
night.
God. Yeah.
That was quick and nasty.
Yeah, he did. And that's
fearlessness.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a tough task, though. It's like I'm gonna go at Miles Turner. That's a tough task. That's a big boy. That's one of those dudes who I saw. Okay.
Hey, big boy.
You don't translate on TV. Like that dude is built different in person.
He's one of those guys where you look at him like, now if I was a ball player, what am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah.
Like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
How am I getting a shot off over this guy?
Yeah, that's a bad man. That's a bad man. And you know what? I guess, and I don't mind doing this, just continuing to harp on Malik Monk. Yeah. After the Phoenix game, he had another one of those. Look, we're fine. We're not going to splinter. We're not going to separate. 3 games, it happens, but I'm gonna make sure we stay together. Kings post a picture, later on social media team with him and Kevin Herter.
I love that.
And I think that quote was below it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold us together or something like that. And it's like, yo, this dude in 2 months, 3 months, or however long he's been, 2 months into the season, 4 months into his Kings, he's a leader on this team.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like Malik Monk is a legit leader.
He is. And like I said, it's contagious. It's when athletes, when teammates want to play for each other, they feel responsible for one another, and they want to see each other succeed individually and collectively. It's contagious. His joy, his grit, his get after it, like his ability and interest in and going up against the biggest guy on the court, like with no worry. I mean, he might get knocked up, might end up with another Band-Aid here or there, but he's like, we're doing this. And that's what the other players on the team see and want to be a part of. And I think that's what adds to the joy of playing for one another. Defensively, one thing that kind of stands out to me, like last night, it seemed like they did that thing. And Kenny, I know you're a coach, so I don't know if this is something you've likely heard about, but the whole, like, as a team, it's as if you're all connected with a rubber band, and you move to one side, you kind of move together, like the ball's over here, the ball over there.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they were doing that last night. They were working as a team defensively and being effective in that way. And I think that kind of process will continue to improve as the season progresses. But being a leader means being able to accept failures on the court, not having a hot night, maybe getting, a ball stolen from you or missing a pass, and being able to gather yourself and keep people together. Remind them of the success that you have and keep pushing and keep going. And that's the kind of energy, again, that Malik has. That's why I'm like, I love Malik. King. Yeah. His name means king, as Mark Jones likes to tell us over and over again. He's definitely a king out there.
Yeah, man. Hey, you've been around me for 2 years now. I was watching Malik, ball out on Monday and then last night. You know what I was thinking. Hey, when's the soonest we can get this man an extension? When's the soonest we can sign him to a 4-year deal?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When's the soonest we can make that happen? Let's go.
Kenny's got Malik. He's got max money locked away for Malik moving forward. Like he wants to make sure.
I don't want Malik to ever leave. Him and De'Aaron here in Sacramento forever.
I'm with you. We got to whatever it takes to make him happy. Keep him in Sacramento. Let's figure this out. What can we do?
Can't lie. May have thought the same thing after Terrence Davis' second dunk. Terrence Davis hits back-to-back like alley-oops. Like, oh man, was it December 15th? It's gonna be wild when Terrence Davis get an extension before Monty McNair does.
Man, I'm saying, and look, TD a free agent.
That's what I mean.
TD got to stay.
That's what I mean.
TD got to stay.
Yeah, Terrence with us.
Yeah.
I feel like there's so many people on the team. I mean, I want you guys all to stay. Can we keep this family together for a few more years? Let's just get everything we can out of these guys. I feel like they want to give so much to the team, to the community. They feel so locked in. It just feels like a family. Don't break them up. What does it take?
Well, I was gonna say, and you know what, Damon, we've talked about this a couple of different times, and it came to the forefront of my mind during the TNT game. Because I went back and watched the broadcast. Mm-hmm. And, we had talked a couple of different times where, people would say stuff like, oh, this young Kings team or whatever. And I would agree. You'd be like, yo, this team's not young. Like, stop saying that. Well, then they laid out the guys. And I've talked about this a number of times. I think Domas is like the oldest at 26. Everybody else is 24, 22. Yeah. They're not 19. It's not the baby Kings or nothing like that.
Right.
But Malik Monk, 24 years old.
Yeah, but that's NBA. Like Houston's young.
Yeah.
That team is young. Those teams are
young.
But
I would argue the Kings are young. They're 24. Okay. Their best players are 24 and 26.
Well, okay, Harrison's 30.
He's not.
Or 29. Don't do that. You're not gonna do that today. You are not doing that today. That man had 22 last night. You will show that man his respect.
Come on, man. I acknowledge Harrison. You know that. I acknowledge him.
All right.
But what I'm acknowledge Harrison, that's for you, big dog. You know you're my man. But I mean, look, they've got 4 years before a lot of them are 28 to 30 years old. That's young. 4 years from now.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I'm not going to get into a debate.
They're not the baby Kings. They're not the baby Kings.
Not super team, just young.
They're the teenage Kings.
No, it is funny though when I look at their ages. When I look at their faces, they don't seem super young looking to me. And then I see those ages. I'm like, oh, I could be everybody's mom. I'm the old auntie or something to all these people.
Yeah, that's not a game you want to play.
Auntie O.
That's not a game. That's not a game you want to play where you look at athletes and go, man, it could be my son. That could be my. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Because
It's a sad thing. They all stay the same age, but I keep getting older. How does this work?
But you know what happens is we've known these guys for so long now.
Yeah.
So long. It feels like De'Aaron and Malik.
De'Aaron
like
has literally
29 years
grown
old.
up in front of us.
Right.
Like the man is married with a kid coming.
Right. It feels like they're 28, 29 years old. These guys are 23, 24 years old.
Well, that's what I think is so remarkable about young athletes
Don't
in
like
general.
that.
Like we expect so much from them to
Right
be
away.
Yeah, they're adults now. They're making millions. They need to perform a certain way. They, in addition to being professional athletes, they need to have their foundations. What are they doing for the community? Why aren't they curing these things? Why are they tweeting this stuff? They should know better. Like they're 23, they're 24. What were you doing at that age? Probably not anything near what they are and what they're expected to do. But yeah, like the fact that they're so young and there's so much room for growth. That's the other reason why you just want to lock these guys in and see what they can do. It's going to be fun.
We pop off on Twitter. No one cares. Lamar Jackson pops off on Twitter. It's like Sports Center headline story.
Oh man.
How did you, we haven't talked. I guess we did. How did you think they looked defensively last night?
I thought I saw some improvement there. And here's the thing, what's challenging for me is like, when they win by so much, it's like, yes, they're doing everything great. Like, well, how many points are they giving up actually? Are they improving? And I feel like they did, looking at Will Z's stats, I do think they made some improvement last night. They jumped a couple of ranking spots with their defensive effort. But it also did seem like they were limiting second chance points. They didn't have a lot of fast break points against them. So they were getting out and, again, working collectively as a team. There are individuals, of course, that are standing out in certain instances and plays. But I'm still a fan of Mike Brown blowing the whistle or calling for a timeout, I should say, and trying to correct. I know, Kenny, I saw that. I'm like, oh, I'm kind of say that. I like it. Shut it down right away. Let's remind ourselves of the game plan and play the way we're supposed to play. So as often as they need it, I'm for it. And last night, they clearly didn't need that correction too many times. So I'm glad
Only
about the
50 seconds into the game. Mike got his point across 50 seconds into the game. All right, we're doing this. It's like 4-1, like timeouts. It's 3-1 timeout.
And I'll say this. Part of my frustration with that is just as a viewer, right? Like I'm watching the game. All right, game's going. Let's go. What? The timeout? Bro, I just got here. I'm all, you didn't ask us to stand up and get louder. I'm ready to go. And now 40 seconds in, I got to wait for the game to start again.
Start over. It's like interval training. Let your heart rate come down. You got to bring it back up. Come on, man.
Oh, I love that.
So part of it is that. The other part is, which isn't an issue, because I don't want them to start taking that for granted and tune that out. And that hasn't seemed to be the case. Like they respond to it. They play well out of those timeouts. And that's really all that matters. As long as the team is still good with it and they're still responsive to it, that's all that matters. And that's what seems to be the case.
Yeah, I feel like as soon as they have that timeout, they're like, oh, yes, what am I doing? You saw it quickly, correct me quickly. It will stay in my mind the rest of the game as a result of that early timeout. This is what I'm imagining is going on in their mind. And it doesn't seem like they need to be corrected again. And that's what I like about Mike Brown in general. I think he's got these guys dialed in, but also he's got them dialed in a way where they're okay with being really coached and held accountable. It doesn't matter if 30 seconds have gone off the clock. It doesn't matter if we're a minute or two into the first quarter. We've got a game plan. We're responsible for one another, executing the way that we've already talked about. It doesn't matter how great the national anthem was, or if 50 Cent is sitting by the courtside and you're all distracted. Let's remember what we're here to do and reel it in a way if necessary. And I think it's helpful for creating good habits.
I'm sure you guys talked about it, but I hadn't been around. That moment on Monday with Terrence Davis was phenomenal.
Oh, it was incredible.
It was so
good.
That was great stuff.
It was so
to
good.
see all that stuff play out in real time.
Yeah,
good. That was great.
Yeah, that was so good. And Keegan, God bless. Keegan had that what had happened look on his face when Mike pulled him aside, because that's what Mike does. Mike will call the timeout and he'll go straight for Because when I rewatched the game this morning, I was trying to. I'm not quite clear what happened on that possession that he was really upset about.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say he was upset about, but that made him call the timeout. And he pulled Keegan over, and Keegan, God bless him, he has the same facial expression no matter what. He just deadpan was. What had happened is Craig and him was over here, and I'm not sure. By the way, Maybach to piggyback off your point with exact numbers, fast break points 31-8. So it didn't feel like the Pacers had very many. Your assessment was correct. 31-8 were the fast break point differential last night. 15-10 second chance points in favor of the Kings, and points in the paint were even at 56 apiece. So those
it was
are
clear to me that, those are great numbers.
I didn't look at my favorite number. 28 assists last night.
I was about to say it had to be 27 or
28
more.
assists.
Yeah.
I think they had 32 versus Phoenix, which is wild.
They played pretty well against Phoenix.
They really did. Yeah,
that's just the game.
I think that's why it hurt to lose. It was like those ones are tough. Like when you're right there against a really, really good team and you can't get it.
Yeah.
Like you just can't get over that hump.
That was
or get that offensive rebound.
That's the game. Like you lose games sometimes, and you don't have to do a whole lot wrong. Sometimes the other team steps their game up, or it happens. I thought they played well on Monday.
Well, that's what I've said. I've said a number of times on this show. I feel like those close games, those are the daggers to the heart. When you're just a couple of bounces away, a couple of free throws made away from a win, like that stuff is the stuff that when you get blown out, you're blown out. And luckily they haven't really experienced that this season, but those close ones are tough. And that's why it's really important when you're playing teams where you should get the win. When their stars are sitting, people are hurt, whatever, like go in, make a statement, get that win. So you have that emotional energy, you have that physical energy to take on tough teams like Phoenix and make it a real game and hopefully get a win.
Maybach follow her on social media, The Game Last Night Cap, where she recaps Kings games, all things in sports. Follow her across the various social media platforms. Maybach, we appreciate you. Deuce and Mo join us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Still in 4K.
Really?
Flawless.
Oh, yay.
Flawless.
Well,
Love
I'll
it.
just stay for the day. How about we just keep this going?
I'm with it.
When you coming back again,
I don't know. I need to get invited.
January 7th. Pull up on us.
Come back whenever you want. Oh, man. I don't know that the Golden One Center can handle that.
Batty Saturday.
Olivia and Trista and in the same motherfucking place at the same motherfucking time.
Oh, yeah.
Batty party.
All the baddies will be there.
Well,
Olivia,
all right.
Trista.
Yep.
Sarah will probably be there.
Yep.
It's a Saturday night.
Yep.
Matt George will obviously be there.
Will be
all
there.
the baddies will be in the building.
Yep.
All right, count me in. I'm in. That sounds exciting.
All right. Lakers.
All right, you guys have a great rest of your show. Congratulations again, Kenny. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, buddy. Bye.
Hey, Roddy, shout out to my guy, Roddy. Roddy's my guy. I just disagree with him because he says the Kings aren't young because these guys are in their second contract.
How about your guy, Ryan? He says,
hey, Ryan, shout out to TBA, man. All my people over there, man. They show so much love, man. And, this whole process, man, I appreciate you guys, man. Big ups.
I hate
man,
that I'm going to do this, man, but I need to grab a soda.
Do what you got to do, man. Do what you got to do. Nah, I'm good, man. Jesse said get an apple juice. Roddy, man, I disagree, man. They're young. They're 24 years old. They're not old.
They're not NBA young though.
They're not even in their prime. Your prime as a basketball player, in my opinion, is like 25 to 28. Let's ask Deuce and Mo. Let's ask them what they think. Look at Deuce with they can't hear because. Can you guys say something?
No, we got you. I'm sorry, I had my mic down. What's up?
I thought Damian let some up. What's going on, Deuce? Deuce with the who is that? Who is the guy who was at the 49ers game, the NFC Championship game, the actor with the NFL hat?
Oh, don't compare me to Rob Lowe. This hat's dope. This is not just an NBA hat, it's an NBA 50 hat. You don't remember this hat, Kenny? You're coming in all high. I was going to congratulate you on having a kid. The Kings are playing well, and you're comparing me to Rob Lowe and his generic ass hat? What was that?
I mean, he's just.
I thought.
I don't even know right now.
I do remember that year. That was an all-time year, 96. I mean, NBA All-Star game in Cleveland.
Yeah. No, I just remember being a kid and thinking it was so cool that all those players were at that game on the court. It was cool.
Awesome. Which I got to go back and like YouTube it one time because I forgot what I was doing. But I don't feel like I completely engulfed myself in the NBA 75 halftime thing. I got to go.
It did feel different. Yeah, I got to go back and watch that too.
I got to watch that again because that's the same thing. You know, all those guys being there. And yeah, it was a great moment. But I asked you guys, maybe we should save this for it'll carry in there. Because I made the statement we've talked about a lot about like, oh, this team isn't young. They're not young, right? And then during the TNT game, they put a list of like outside of Harrison, the top 7 guys on the roster. I think Domas was the oldest at 26. The rest of them were like 24, 23, something like that. And it's just the preference from other people. They're like, no, you're on. Roddy, for instance, says you're on your second contract. You're not young anymore. And I'm like, well, they're 24 years old.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I don't look at them as like super young. They've got experience, but they're all kind of in that same window.
I think they're about to enter their prime. Like all those guys are 24. Just no statistical analysis, but I just feel you reach your prime where your mental and physical meet up for the first time in your life from like 25 to 28.
Well, Fox looks like the best example of that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It seems like it's coming together for him in all facets.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's just like sometimes age for different people and just unique bodies and everything too.
Yeah, and they got like LeBron playing this long. He's an old man. I feel like guys are just going to keep playing longer and longer. So I think back in the day, we'd be like, oh, 30's getting old. Is it?
LeBron is killing right now too.
Yep.
Okay, I have to say this just because it just happened. You guys, I'll be perfectly fine. I just found out literally minutes before we came on that like my grandma had a stroke, but it sounds like she's okay. And so anyway, I'm just like laughing in my head because I'm like, I need to focus. Like, what the hell is happening? And I'm seriously fine. I think I just had to say it to get it off my chest really quick to giggle, laugh, to just feel better. Everything's good. Let's talk about so many good things that are going on in life, like babies and wins. Okay.
All right. Whatever you got to do though, Mo, for real.
Yeah. No. I think I'm good. I'm just like, whoa, headspace is, whoa.
Prayers up though, for sure. Prayers up.
But yeah, prime can be anything. I think it's different for so many people. I heard you say 25 to 28, and I just think like, there's so many people who just start understanding it at the highest elite point at 30, 31 even. It's just how so many different bodies are built and how people take care of their bodies too.
And even then, that's like personal for me, right? Because I remember 25, totally. 26, I felt like I could have played in the NBA.
Live on the Odyssey app, 1320 AM as well, 98.5 FM, HD2 for those with electric vehicles or HD rides. We welcome those on YouTube.com.
Such a nice sound. It is a difference.
It is crisp.
I didn't know that until I actually listened, but yeah, it's different.
We appreciate those out there being with us. We appreciate Deuce Mo for being with us. Deuce Mo of NBC Sports California. Deuce Mo podcast. I want to say this. I'm going to sing the praises of Morgan Reagan a lot today because I got to sit next to her and actually experience the basketball game with her last night.
Nice.
However,
the security let you
They did. Sarah vouched for me. That's the only way I was able to sit in that row. Yeah, that's it. I was watching Night Chat this morning, and I'd like to point out for those who listen to the podcast who were watching Deuce Mo, I was there. I witnessed Deuce Mason motivating Davion Mitchell before the game.
Thank you.
I was there.
Thank you. I forgot you were right there.
I was right there.
Big ups.
Now,
No.
they called out, Davion's name. Say hello to Davion, and Deuce said something about let's go, man, off night. And this is what happened in my head. Morgan rolled her eyes at Deuce. And I looked over to see Davion, and Davion looked over at Deuce in slow motion, and nodded his head. That's what I saw. There might have been one like tear down his eye. Like that's my quarterback type TO tier down Davion's. I'm not positive about that part.
Yeah.
I was there when Deuce did it. I saw it.
Talking about Deuce.
I saw it.
That's what I'm talking. Get these boys ready.
Hey, thank you, Deuce.
I didn't say it with a smile. It was dead serious. It's like
Yeah.
we need an off night tonight.
Yeah. Davion knew.
This
It
is
was business
the
time.
worst way we could have started this show.
Hey, man.
I just
The
want to give my
worst.
man credit. I saw it. I was there.
Hey, the two people
respect.
we always got to thank, at Nani and at Deuce Mason.
There you go.
Oh my God.
Well, and if you guys don't mind, it's time. We're back, baby.
Oh,
we're
it
back.
can get
Let's
worse.
go. Go get on your feet.
Buddy Hill, can you do some for me? Clanking shots, get boost from everybody. JJ, can you do some for me? Talking about practice, what you saying, homie? Sacramento, can you do some for me? We want playoffs, give it to us, shawty. Light the beam, light the beam, light the beam. Deuce Bar's back, baby.
Let's go. Hey, can you do something?
That is
for me?
amazing. Don't ignore
go.
that. Ignore
Let's
that.
go.
That is fantastic.
Let's go.
I heard
man,
him
it
practicing
called for Deuce
something.
Bar. It called for Deuce Bar today.
They've been calling for him.
Yeah.
I got excited with Kenny back today. The Kings won. I'm feeling good. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do this right now.
That's what I'm
Could
saying.
Wow.
this show have started any worse for you, Morgan?
Yeah, no, strokes, Deuce singing, and Deuce compliments. Yeah, I think that's pretty bad, Damien.
You've had a traumatic 24 hours.
I need a vacation.
Oh,
Hey,
goodness.
So look,
gracious.
let me ask both of you guys this. I mean, because we got Deuce bars, we had Drake bars. The energy's crazy right now. I think a lot of the reason why the energy is crazy is because we all wanted that game last night. Am I correct? Like, we wanted the Pacers game. We, indirectly, Tyrese may catch something because of it, but a lot of people been talking crazy about the Kings and this trade and all this other stuff. And now the records are there, and Indiana's record is good and going head up. And I think that has a lot to do with all this energy coming out where we wanted this game last night. Am I accurate with that, Deuce?
Yeah, I was talking to Morgan before the Suns and Pacers game. I'm like, if you had to choose to win one game, I think you choose to win the Pacers game, right?
Okay.
Because could you imagine today had the Pacers won, Tyrese had a big game?
We don't need to imagine
No,
it.
we don't have to. And it was great. And I told Morgan after the Suns night chat, what I tell you? I said it wasn't a prediction, it was a spoiler. The Kings are beating the Pacers.
Oh, yeah, and you mentioned Kenny, too.
Yeah, because last time I said that was with the Warriors game. Kenny and I were on the same page, and that's what happened. No, in all honesty, yeah, I think everyone needed it. And it's the way it went down. It's how the Kings played. Sabonis coming out with force. They played a beautiful brand of basketball. And Golden One Center has never been this loud. Like, this is the most energy that building has ever had.
And I'm just going to be honest. It just like one of those, it shouldn't be the moment to shut toxic people up, but it really did shut up some yappy, toxic Tyrese Haliburton people up. And I love the heck out of Tyrese Haliburton as a person, his game. I root for him. I'm probably the only one here that like roots for his. Well, no. When I say that, even when it is the Sacramento Kings, I was like, oh, I don't want him to have a bad game. I just don't want him to have a game-winning shot. I feel for him truly on a different level, whatever. But then there's just so many people that wanted to be out there after the trade, national people and people around here that just wanted to be so evil, so mean, so weird about it. And it shouldn't be the thing that shuts them up a little bit, but it just does for a quick second. And I needed that in my life.
And it felt like they wanted it. I mean, I was telling Kenny this earlier. I love the way that Harrison responded, the day before talking about that game where he's like, yeah, it's a big game. And I think you guys saw the same thing I did in you were probably with them, the Tyrese and Buddy shoot-arounds where Tyrese, you could see them both trying to say the right things. And they did, but their faces were telling an entirely different story. Like, Tyrese was clearly nervous about last night's game. Buddy, I'm not really sure about. Tyrese was. And I think when you try to convince yourself, no, it's just another game, it's just basketball, you're worse off than doing what Harrison did. We know this is a big deal. And we don't really know how the crowd's going to react. We know how they just reacted. We have no idea how they're going to react. But we got to get out there and we got to get this win. And I wasn't surprised to see Harrison's performance last night, given the way he was talking, the day before the game.
Yeah, and then with Tyrese, talk about all the distractions. I mean, I think it's so much harder to be the person that's going back, right? Like Sabonis taking on your former team when there's like 4 guys left over. You're in Sacramento. It's not that big of a deal. I'm sure it's cool to see some old friends. But for Tyrese, it's not just like old teammates and coaches. It's fans. It's people he met here. It's family. It's media. Everybody was going up to him before the game.
Yeah.
And, it's hard to lock in, when you've kind of got those distractions.
We were talking about that when we were watching from the baseline. We went back out there, Damian, and we were watching where he was going and what he was doing. Every damn person, even people that want to pretend they had a relationship with him, were coming up to him to say what's up. And I told Deuce, I was like, I'm not saying hi to him until if I see him after the game because it was like, this is work time. And it's the same thing that I feel sometimes, like even when we're all watching a game up there and it's like people just go, hey, can you like come say hi? And it's like, no, the game is actually being played. Like it's part of the work, right? And so for Haliburton, that's part of the work is right there, getting ready, warming up for the game. I don't know. I think he was a little taken out of his routine. He's an emotional guy too. And it did throw him off, and it was a good thing for the Kings.
His walk up into the arena was really weird too. He was moving in like slow motion. Like they're really bringing back the baggy pants. He was in all black. They were filming him. It looked totally not natural.
Well, I loved he came in trying to walk like a heel, and then it was like the perfect timing because there's all of us, Mark Jones walking through, and we were all like, oh, I was like, what are you wearing? And then like he's like laughing, everyone's kind of giving him crap, and he cracks a smile. But yeah, that was pretty funny. And dude, King's defense last night on him was fantastic. Like Davion, some of the clips I saw that were tweeted out after the game, I'm like, how Davion defended every person on a possession. And who ended up in a miss. That guy's been insane.
Nah, man. And see, and this is where I go a different way from my girl Morgan Reagan, because last night when Davion got one-on-one with Tyrese, I was like, lock that up. Lock that up. That's what I want to see. And he locked him
feel
up.
that, Kenny. No.
Yeah.
Kenny, I have to let you know, like, there's not a single ounce of me that feels remotely bad for him when he's out there on the court when De'Aaron Fox just cooked and he just had that little shimmy and just made that little jumper on Tyrese Haliburton.
Can we talk about that play for a second?
Okay.
And there's so many awesome plays.
About that too.
That was nasty. Fox has the ball. Metu comes over to set the screen, waves him off. He's Metu, I got this. Get out. And then he puts that move on him, shakes him, hits that fall away, and he loved every second.
My point is, Kenny, I loved those moments too. I have to admit.
I feel you. I got to ask all you guys, because we've seen every play of De'Aaron Fox's career. I think that's the top 5 play I've ever seen from him.
Oh, yes.
Filthy.
Yes.
That was filthy. And it was unexpected. Nobody was expecting him to hit him with a dream shake Jordan fall away. That was nasty.
He's on a different level. And even when he looks a little bit beat up, because you look at the beginning of that game and it's like, okay, he's not coming out with that explosive first step that he usually has. But what I love is that he didn't have to rely on that explosive first step because his skill set has taken a leap this season, and he's able to do things like we just saw with that play, and then other mid-range shots. He can get to his spots and just not have to go to the rack every time and go downhill.
Yeah.
Speaking of defense, singing the praises of Morgan Reagan, it is spectacular watching basketball with her, but you better not miss the defensive assignment. Because when I'm watching basketball, I'm on the offensive end, and I know I'll do, and I probably did this last night. Like, TD's in the corner. Oh, look at Malik. Game's going on, and I'm just out of the corner of my eye. I just catch Morgan pointing at stuff.
Yes.
This is on the defensive end. Morgan's pointing, and then like, and I'm like, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna let this because I'm in her world. I'm just not gonna say anything.
Why do you think I sit alone, Damien?
She's pointing, like aggressively pointing, and then this assignment doesn't go well, and then she tells me what she saw, and I actually loved it. It's like, okay, I'm learning something here.
Morgan Brown ready to call a timeout.
There ain't enough timeouts in the world to last for the amount of times Morgan was pointing on the floor last night on the defense.
Or Carlisle, apparently.
I
mean, that dude ran out of timeouts. It was the third quarter. I'm like, he's got no timeouts left.
I thought it was a joke or a mistake. I was like, no, there's no way. I was like, oh, okay. Like, they're not expecting this one to be close in the fourth then.
He got a technical. He got a timeout.
Oh, that's been going around. That happened in what was it? Stanford, South Carolina the other day.
Yeah, the women's team.
Oh man, that's going around. How did you? I think I know how Morgan felt. Deuce, what did you think of the defensive effort from the Kings last night?
I just feel like they're getting better and better, and the numbers are backing it up. You could tell it's a group that's getting more comfortable with each other. We shout out Davion so much. Sabonis deserves some more love for what he does defensively. I think so many times we get caught up in, well, how many blocks does he have? Like that means a great defensive player. And it's fine. I would love for him to block more shots. It's not his game, but what he has done is he hasn't looked lost in the pick and roll. So many people are like, oh, he's going to get destroyed on the pick and roll. They're hedging it. They're being aggressive with it. And he's able to not only get up, but then recover. He's pointing guys in the right directions. And he's an elite defensive rebounder. I don't think he gets enough love for what he's done defensively. And no, they don't have a whole bunch of great individual one-on-one defenders, right? Davion's a great on-ball guy. But if you could play some good team defense, which they are trending in that really solid direction, that's a great sign. I think it's the last 10 games. They're 17th in defensive rating in the last 10. And now they've moved up to 22nd on the season. It's not great, but it's way better than it was last year at the start of the season. It's not taking step backs, which is encouraging.
Kenny, I always throw this at you because you played at a high level. How important is it when you don't have elite individual defenders to have a fantastic locked in team defense, and especially when you have a good anchor in the middle? And it's not about having that shot blocking big, but it would be nice, right? But about having that anchor in the middle that's communicating, talking up, letting them know that they have your back, trusting them that they're going to be there if you don't have that step, or if you do push baseline, or if you angle someone toward the middle. Like when you have someone talking to you and everyone's buying into that, it just beautiful things can happen as a team.
Absolutely. It's extremely vital. And I say all the time, whether it's, at a high level or I'm teaching the 10-year-olds, just talk. Just talk. I say all the time, tell me what you're doing and tell me what you see. And if you got 5 guys telling me what you're doing and what you see, i.e. a cutter or a screen or something coming on like that, just to think of, if one person's doing that, that's great communication. Just think if you got all 5 guys talking about either I got ball or I'm in help, or I'm in denial, or watch this screen coming, cutter coming across. Like now we're all locked in. That's where we get into talking about moving on a string and being as one. And I think Domantas Sabonis helps out a lot with that. He's a great communicator out there on the floor. And the rebounds. I mean, you guys know the defense ain't over until you have the basketball. And there's not too many guys better at finishing off a defensive possession than Domantas Sabonis with the way he rebounds.
And his ability to grab the ball and take it himself. I know Slater was talking about that on The Athletic, just talking about the fact that Brown kind of uses him like Draymond in that sense, where he's going to push the ball, the dribble handoffs. He's been so good with these dribble handoffs too in transition. He's able to create so much for this team. And so, I don't know, there's just sometimes I'm just watching Sabonis. It's just so fun to watch. Even when he doesn't have the ball, the guy is just constantly doing something.
I feel like he's the team's most important player. Like we were having this discussion earlier about most important versus the best. So much of the Kings universe right now seems to center on Domantas Sabonis.
I like that. I think that's a totally a fair debate or conversation to have, because of just the way that his presence dictates so much of that offense. It doesn't matter if he's the one grabbing the rebound, going in a bust out and pushing the ball up and starting the motion offense, or if it's one of the guards starting it and he still is the one leading, talking, commanding people to move around, or understands, hey, I already know where your defender's going to go on this, so just come off me. I'm going to make your life that much better. He's just such a great teammate in so many different ways. And Kenny, can we consider him on that younger side too?
Yeah, he's 26. I think he's outside of Harrison. He's like the oldest of the group. He's the old man at 26 years old. And I mean, we had this conversation with Olivia, and I thought all the answers were interesting. Damien, thought Sabonis. I said Fox. Olivia said Malik Monk. And I don't know if he's the best player on the team, but what he brings to the team on the basketball court, it seems like in the locker room, it seems like what he brings to the Golden One Center, it's invaluable right now. He
had 5,000 people, 5,000 some odd people wearing Band-Aids on their face.
Right,
Yeah.
right. David, you talked about it. Olivia talked. He's a leader.
Yeah.
He's a leader that we've been asking for the last couple of years. Like I said, I don't know Deuce. I don't know if he's the best, but I mean, what he's providing right now is feels unmatched.
He comes in the game and there's juice. It's not just him trying to get his either. I mean, he's looking to set guys up, and some of the stuff he says post game, I love. It seems like he's never worried. He's like, I'm not, even during that 3-game skid, he's like, I'm not letting this fracture. Like, we're fine. We're going to keep this going. And he was saying that during the 0-4 start. I think he brings humor, positivity, and he's a good player. And I think Mike Brown has empowered him to play more of his style. Last year he's such a good catch and shoot guy, but now he's doing stuff out there. He's setting guys up. How many times have we looked and seen that after a game, Malik Monk has 6+ assists in a game? He's setting guys up. He brings instant energy, and I love having that off the bench. You start talking about 6 Man of the Year candidates. I know Mike Brown was pushing him last night before the game, but he's up there. He's up there with Brogdon. Even if you want to throw in the rookie Mathurin, sure. But Malik Monk is having a big time impact on winning.
Is there any reason Casey Okpala shouldn't be getting minutes every single night?
Yeah, I was so surprised by that stretch when he wasn't at all. And I think a credit to him and Brown. Like, man, it just seems like everyone stays engaged, because this guy starts the first 3 games of the year and then doesn't play for a long time. He comes in for like the last 16 seconds of a quarter. He came in that Boston game and had an impact.
Yeah.
And so, I think when he plays in control, especially offensively, because, you don't want him to get too thirsty. You got to buy into that stuff. What he brings defensively with that energy, I think you have to try to find some minutes for him.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing that we saw. Well, not the same thing. I think it's similar when we saw Terrence Davis have that game on TNT, and then it was a game or 2 after where he didn't go in until the 3rd quarter. But they understand that they just need to stay ready and trust Mike Brown's philosophy, his rotations, and what he's trying to accomplish with them. But I also feel like Mike Brown is the type of coach and the type of person that believes in rewarding people, and not just, like they worked hard at practice. It's rewarding them. Hey, if you get this 30 seconds in the game, you better do what you're supposed to do. Like, I think, Damien, maybe I was sitting next to you when I was talking about Metu, who ended up having a good game.
Sitting next to me.
Yes. And it was when Sabonis was going to check in. So like you saw Mike Brown say Sabonis get in there. I think it was a Chimezi Metu. Something happened on the defensive end, and I was probably pointing ferociously at it. And then on the end, on the offensive end, he gets the ball at the top and just takes the first 3 at the top of the 3-pointer. And it's because he saw Sabonis coming in. And so in that time, he made the wrong decision, because he's like, okay, well, let me get mine right before I have to go out. And it's like, no, you don't want to do those things. And I feel like he is more disciplined. And my whole point of this is I feel like every guy understands how disciplined they do need to be when they even get 30 seconds.
Yeah, for sure.
Metu was on Morgan's list for a minute. It was a tough
He
stretch.
was good last night. He was good last night.
Well, yeah, no. To be fair, this was probably 2nd quarter.
Early on.
This was early in the game for sure.
He's been good all year. He's been really good all year. I've loved the way he played. Hey, you guys have I guess you can say you suffered through a lot of Kings basketball over the years. Actually working. You guys committed to the night chat every single night, for years now. in the morning sometimes you guys were up here talking Kings basketball. How fun is it right now? I know it's not like they're 23-0 or nothing like that, but they're 11-9 after 20 games. And it's not just the record. It's the energy around this franchise right now. You go to the Golden One Center right now. It feels like the greatest show on earth. Like it feels like a party that's just waiting for 2.5 hours from now when they can say light the beam over and over again, right?
Yeah.
It's that anticipation for that. How are you guys just enjoying this ride so far in the first 20 games of the season?
That's it. I'm enjoying it, right? Because, you know, there's going to be ups and downs. You know, even during the 3-game skid, you start to feel like the nervousness with the fan base. I'm like, guys, are we watching the same stuff? Like, they're going to struggle sometimes. How they get out of it, this team has shown that they could face some adversity and get out of it. Last night was a great response, but I'm having so much fun with it. I think the NBA is realizing, oh, wait, Sacramento fans are loud? Like, yeah, they are, man. And they've been waiting for this. They've been thirsty for some great basketball for a long time. And right now, they're one of the most entertaining teams in the league. You go into that building, you can expect a playoff atmosphere because these fans are ready to pop off. You felt it last night. That sequence when, what was it, the TD jam and then the backcourt steal and then lob the TD, that was the loudest I think that building has ever been. And, you know, they haven't had a lot to cheer for, but think about the last couple of years. You know, you had the bubble year, you had the COVID restrictions in place. Last year at this time, you really didn't have many people at the games, I don't think.
No.
So now, not only are they back, they're eager to be at games, but they're seeing a great product. It's amazing.
My mental health is so much better because of their play. And I did not think I would ever actually say that, but I really think about last season and how much we all cover the team. And then think about not only us covering the team, I think about all the super fans out there that are watching every single game, even when they're losing, you know, even when things are bad. And for those people as well that went through so many difficult, hard times, and it's like, why are we doing this to ourselves at times? And this season, you realize like, oh, we went through all those hard times, so then we can feel what we're feeling right now and what we're feeling mentally, what we're feeling emotionally. Like, not only do we deserve this, it's what you're supposed to feel as a sports fan. Everything isn't supposed to be that bad for that long. It's not normal. And so that's why we're getting back on track to like what it's supposed to be and normal, like as a sports fan.
And the other thing I'm going to add to that, you know, I know people say that their market, oh, the best fans ever. No, don't tell me about Oklahoma City. Don't tell me about the Warriors. Don't tell me about Portland or Salt Lake City with the Jazz. It's not even close. It's a one-sport market. This fan base has been so engaged. The fact that 37 years of Kings basketball, they've seen 8 winning seasons. They've seen, 10 playoff appearances during that time? And last night, on a Wednesday night, sold out. And the place felt like a playoff atmosphere. Rattled the Pacers last night a bit too. So my whole point to this market's a sleeping giant for the NBA. And I think the NBA world kind of forgot about it. But these fans were watching night chats. They're watching you guys, even during 9-game losing skids back to back. Like, it doesn't matter. They just want a great product. And when it's great, they're going to come out and show out in a big way.
Absolutely.
You know, there's no fourth wall on this show. We just kind of like do stuff. Are you okay, Morgan? Like, you keep like
Yeah, I know. I'm feeling it. Like every time I talk, I don't think about it. So I'm like, let's talk. Let's talk. I'm okay. I am. It's like, it's so weird when, you know, something just happens right before you do something at any time. It doesn't matter if it's like before watching a game or before going on a show or whatever. You're just like, what just happened? But I mean, I'm going to have to think about it after this. So, we're going to talk all day, right? Don't leave me. Don't go to commercial. What are you doing?
Mo, you could talk as little or as much as you want to, man. We got you. We're therapy for each other. This team seemed to have had a lot of confidence going into last night too, and I think that's something I don't remember seeing from them at any time in the past, and it speaks to kind of the Harrison Barnes line again. Like, yeah, we know what this is. We know how much everyone is invested into this game, and from the moment they took Okay, not from the moment they took the floor, but from the moment Mike Brown called timeout 50 seconds into the game, from the moment that they took the floor after that, they seem to have played with a ton of confidence. And every time they made a run, Pacers would chip into a little bit. And then in that third quarter, they just opened things up and kept moving.
Mike Brown's impact, man. It's like, don't get rattled, put the work in. We're going to hold you accountable, and let's have fun and play basketball.
There's so much substance to his timeouts, you guys. Like, I always feel like there's most times there's a response out of it, but there's a shift in intensity or energy or focus that comes out of it. So whatever the hell he's saying, like, we got to mic him up more. I gotta know how to coach people through life.
You know, it's like when I'm training little Carlin likes to pull a lot, right? You got to get a little pinch collar, give him a...
This is not the same.
No, you remind, right? Your mind. And guess what? He doesn't pull as much now. It's the early timeouts. Yeah, we're going to be annoying here. I'm going to pull you a little. You're going to pinch a little bit. I'm going to call a timeout. We're going to talk about it, and you're going to clean it up. And guess what? They do clean it up. They're having fewer of those timeouts early. They are making the right adjustments. It's taking time, but it's all coming together.
Wow. Deuce just tried comparing himself to Mike Brown. Go on.
You.
Well, no, I just want to make sure that for those that aren't as familiar with Carlin, that's Deuce's dog.
Yeah.
He's using his dog and walking his dog. And I couldn't pulling on what? Pulling during the walk. Of course, my dog is Sprout's 9, and I just let her pull me wherever she wants to. I did not call an early timeout. Sprout has full control of the walk. I did not call a Mike Brown timeout with Sprout when I should have.
And I try to call a timeout with a 5-day-old, and she tells me to shut the hell up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna still scream.
Yeah.
And then she poops on you, and then she throws up on you, right?
It does. I love her to death. I've got work to do. I got to get used to it.
Call them timeouts.
I got to call now.
Hey, bring in Deuce.
Bring in
Deuce or Mike Brown, either one of them.
Same thing.
Make it happen.
Same thing.
Now, I will say this, because last night I got irritated with the timeouts. I said, come on, let's get played out. But you guys bring up a good point. The only thing that matters is how they're responding to it.
Yep.
And if it's not played out with the players, call it every game. I don't care, as long as they're understanding of, all right, we needed this, or hell, we don't like this. If we don't want this to happen, let's make sure we don't miss no assignments. As long as they're good with it, that's all that matters. And like you guys said, it seems like after I can't remember one of those timeouts being called and they come out and they still make defensive mistakes.
It's never for show, Kenny. And not to say,
that's a good point.
You know, that's what coaches do, but I feel like there's times, especially in lower level sports, where it's like, I'm gonna make a point, and really it's like, because I'm angry, and it's like, no, you got to make a point because you need to teach.
Go do suicides during this timeout.
Push-ups.
Really? During the timeout? Yes. I'm so mad at you, right? Coach, what?
And yeah, there's an encouragement, there's an accountability. I mean, that Terrence Davis sequence, in that Suns game where he called timeout, he went on the court with Terrence. He wasn't blowing him up, right? Like, he was just, hey, this is what we have to do. And, he knows how Terrence is going to respond. I'm sure he doesn't coach everyone the same way. So he has this talk with Terrence Davis. 2-3 plays later, he's in the right spot, draws a charge. It's great. And they're responding to it. You're right.
And real quick, even more importantly, or just as important, to him taking Terrence aside and, letting him know, hey, this is where you got to be. Terrence responding to that. Mike Brown's response to that.
Yes.
His excitement, his joy, his, just being super elated that Terrence made the right play. That carries weight with the players, because now if he does that again, if he calls a timeout and says, hey, you weren't in the right spot, the player probably understands, like, look, he's not grandstanding. He's not doing this for any other reason than he wants me to succeed. And if I succeed, he's going to be just as excited as he is mad right now for calling this timeout. And that carries weight with these guys. I know the message is genuine.
I love Mike Brown. I just love the guy.
Yeah, I think we all do.
Yeah.
When is he going to piss us off, you guys?
Never.
Okay, I like that.
Never.
Maybe if he puts his foot back on the table, then it's like, come on, settle down.
Why do you do that? I didn't get that.
I didn't get it either.
Mark Spears said something about, like, do you actually have socks on this time or something? And then he was like,
Does
it was
Mike
a thing.
Brown not wear socks?
I don't know.
he has a no show when he wears the Vans.
Oh, they're very no show.
Yeah, it's no show. But
They're
I
very
guess Mark
no
was
show.
like, "Yo, you're not wearing socks." He's
I
like,
don't.
"Yo, I am wearing socks."
I don't own a pair of socks that show. Who wears socks that show at this point? It's
Well, don't you do the little crew, the little Nike crew socks? Yeah.
No.
Oh, really?
I
Or
got
not-
socks on right now. That show. What you talking about?
Like I'll sometimes wear like the Nike crew ones because they're cool and they'll be like a little over my leggings or
Oh, see, now that's a good look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I walk around with my ankles out all of the time, so
Yeah.
I got the no-show socks.
Well,
I didn't understand why Mike worked really. Mike is not limber enough to throw his leg on a table like he did last night. Like he needs a few more yoga classes before he decides to spring. And Shannon looked scared to death when he did that. Like, oh, okay, get the press release that coach just threw out his hip here trying to show everyone his socks. We talk about Stockton for a minute. And obviously, you guys are the cream of the crop when it comes to Stockton broadcasters. I'm an Amias Keita guy. I mean, I think he scored 50 the other night. Like, when am I getting Keita in a Kings uniform, a Sacramento Kings uniform at the Golden One Center?
I think they love it. I mean, I think for me, it's consistency.
That's what I was gonna
right.
say,
Like,
yep.
you can't have a 38 and whatever 20 game he had. What was that game he had against Santa Cruz the other night? It was ridiculous numbers, right? But then, you're averaging like 7 rebounds a game. Like they just need consistency from him. They need him not to foul out of games. He's constantly in foul trouble. And he's shown a lot of great things, but it's just that, hey, all right, let's keep you on the floor. Let's play with aggressiveness offensively. Let's go after rebounds and get after it. He shows you glimpses where you're like, oh, I see it. I see it. And then like the next game, it's like, oh, he's got 4 fouls in the second quarter. So I just think for him, it's get some more reps down there and hopefully they can clean it up.
He needs to show dominance on that consistent level because that's what it is. It's like, oh, you're in G League, you're a 7-footer. You're supposed to be doing this night in, night out. Doesn't matter who your matchup is in the G League. And I think for him, there's nights when he's off, and it's not just like a basketball player having an off night, right? It's like this big guy in the G League that just doesn't have it, or someone else is stopping his game a little. And in those raw moments with him, I need to see something different. And each year we've seen a leap. We've seen confidence. We've seen improvement. So it's there, Damian. I just feel like it's a little bit more dominance in the G League. And then when he does finally get his NBA minutes, he just has to be efficient with his time.
I also think his development was hurt last year because he didn't play enough in the G League. There was too many gaps where he'd play a couple games and he'd be with Sacramento and not play in a basketball game for weeks and weeks and then come back to Stockton. Now you're trying to get back in game shape and it's tough to get any type of rhythm. And so now he's getting some consistent playing time. He's showing signs of growth. And now it's about putting it together. Bobby Jackson has talked about like he is one of the nicest people out there. He's so great for the team, great guy. Just wants him to be a little meaner, play with a little more edge out there. So I mean, if he can put it together, if he can show a little more consistency, rebounding, stay out of foul trouble, you definitely want to give that guy a look because he moves pretty well. He blocks shots. He's able to recover if he gets beat and can block a shot. He can come out and not as scared to take an outside shot. I like his game.
You guys think he comes up to Sacramento at some point this year? And like, I know he might be on the active roster, but actually like be in the rotation at some point?
Oh.
It's hard to see that right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I need to see more. I mean, there's bright spots with him. Same with Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis looks awesome down there, and he's doing it defensively. He's knocking down the 3 at a very efficient rate. So I think there's definitely some encouraging signs with those 2 young guys.
Monecki went crazy last night, didn't he? Wasn't he like 16 or something like that?
He's 3rd in the G League in rebounds right now.
He's
like
just a
11
hustler.
a game. Yeah.
James had an interesting thought that if, God forbid, knock on whatever's near you, something happened to Domantas Sabonis, that it actually it may not be a best fit that like Rashawn or Alex Lynn steps in. The best fit might be Amias Keita because he's a better passer than those other 2. What do you think about that James Ham theory that hopefully we never have to experience?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, if he could stay on the floor, I do think he has that passing ability. And I think the big reason why Metu is playing ahead of Holmes at this point is because he's got a little more skill offensively, especially in the motion offense. Like they're more comfortable. They know, hey, he can be a lob threat, but we trust him a little more at the elbow to make something happen if necessary. We trust him to play his role in the dunker spot. He's not making a ton of mistakes defensively. He gets beat sometimes, but Rashawn was struggling with this motion offense. He's struggling defensively. But yeah, if you're faced with that situation, I don't even want to think about that. I mean, I guess I would imagine Cato would get some look at that point, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a lot of their identity would change, but I feel like what they're doing a good job of is understanding what to do when he's not on the floor. For example, last night when he got his 4th foul, and I think the lineup was so much smaller. It was like Metu, Barnes. It was either TD or Monk, and then it was De'Aaron and Davion. And with that lineup, I remember they were just running. They were just going. You know, the pace was fast. Last night, you saw the entire game, the pace was fast, but especially with them. And when you have someone like a lob threat like Chimezie Metu and someone who can run in the offense and also, play above the rim when he needs to, especially when he does the right things on the defensive end and stays in front of guys, there's a lot of good things. So if you put Nimi in there, he's someone that too can run from rim to rim, understands the game at a high level. He would just really have to understand what his role was if that was the case. I don't see it right now. Like, it's hard for me to picture it, but I don't think that's like way off base.
Hey, before we get out of here, I just want to share something. I was going to wait till the break, but I think Deuce Mo would appreciate this.
Ooh.
On the in-studio TV here, I've got, I watch games. I've got a game on right now. It's Portland State. I said Portland State because they're in the Big Sky. I want to help my guy, Coach Patrick, out. A little scout, going on or whatever the case may be. Okay. Portland State is playing Portland Bible. The Portland Bible Arrows. They're 0-10. They have 6 guys on the roster right now. 3 of them look like Kelly Olynyk, except they don't play like Kelly Olynyk. They play like how you would think Kelly Olynyk would play. The score with 7 minutes to go in the first half is 36-0.
No.
Portland Bible is 0-10 on the season.
Can I ask you something? What are you doing with your life?
When I watch games like this, I don't know.
What are you doing?
But the crazy thing is, I got to see how this finishes.
Yeah, now he does.
Yeah. Will they score? How many points will they score?
And when will they score? You have to keep track. You take your notes, Kenny. Let us know.
I got to take my notes.
Do you guys need someone else for night chat? Do you need like a guideline reporter for night chat? Can I apply somewhere? Is there a job posting?
By the way,
Bible Arrows. Never in my life have I heard that.
Yeah, that's really random scheduling. But you mentioned Kelly Olynyk. Did you see him in the Hornets Celtics game the other night when he scored late and they were down like 20-something points and he did the too small? I'm like, what are you doing? You're down 20, bro.
No.
Oh man.
That's what the first guy that scores on Portland Bible should do. Like when he like post up move or a layup and just go too small.
That's up there with John Morant going to Malik Monk going, don't miss. Don't miss. All right.
I hope Portland State cuts a nice little promo like Austin did on Jake the Snake Roberts. You could tell me about John 3:16. Well, Portland State 3:16 says I just whooped her ass. I love that.
Shirts available at WWE.com.
Oh man, DeuceandMo.com. How do you not have a Deuce 316 shirt yet? Oh man, we got. I'll help you out. We appreciate you guys. We love you guys. Deuce and Mo podcast wherever you get podcasts from. Of course, Night Chat on YouTube as well. We're back with more D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, that's tremendous.
Appreciate you guys.
You guys are the best.
Oh, they just scored, but it was called an offensive foul.
No.
Where are you watching this? Where's this at? I'm gonna go watch this.
I actually do want it on
ESPN Plus.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. You're probably like one of 4 people watching that game.
I really do wonder how many streams.
Even the Portland Bible parents aren't watching. They're like,
hey.
Oh no! Count the basket. It is now 38-3. It was a foul on the Portland State. It's 7
Arrows.
They're on a scoring run now.
Officials are giving this game away.
Man. Well, we appreciate you guys having us.
Yeah.
And have fun the rest of the day. I guess Morgan should probably go figure out what's going on with
I'm
her
just
grandma.
gonna go
Huh?
check it out.
Yes,
We love you, Morgan.
I love you
Yeah,
guys.
no, love you guys. Bye.
Oh man. If you're okay with this, we'll do the 49er stuff here. I'll move the Aaron Judge stuff to tomorrow.
It's all good.
Because I think we can actually do something with it rather than have something for a minute. Like
It was somebody
we'll have time tomorrow is more like the point, because there's nothing tonight, there's nothing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like we got,
and tomorrow
we got
could be a
time.
longer conversation, because the question I have is more of a philosophical question.
No,
than
I
it
saw it.
is
Yeah, I think it's good though,
Aaron
which is why I
Judge.
think we could run with it. 2, no James tomorrow.
Okay.
So if you want to fill that 3:00 hour with something for Sunday,
Yeah.
we could.
Jesse, that Dolphins guy you was talking about? Yeah, see if he's available. See what he's talking about.
10 seconds, guys. I gotta
What's up? That's what's up.
Oh, right on, Shannon.
I guess he didn't have the green juice today. Shy, what's going on, Shy, man? I ain't seen Shy.
It's in the I'm be straight up. I've had a vicious headache for like a couple of hours, and sometimes caffeine helps, so that's why I'm drinking that, and the green juices in the refrigerator still.
Portland Bible. This is hilarious. These poor guys. This isn't they score. I got to see what the final score is, because I'm not getting any scout out of this. Oh my gosh. With 4 minutes to go, it's 111-24.
I gotta ask, do we know how Bakersfield has been doing?
Bakersfield actually been doing well. Last I checked about a week ago. I think they were like 3-1 or something. Like
Nice,
that.
good for those guys.
For them. I haven't watched the Bakersfield game in a while though. Final score 114-31. Who for them getting 31 points?
Sure.
Yeah.
We have this weird 15-minute thing here, so that's fine. I don't want to shout out the orders, but appreciate everybody ordering stuff.
Big ups. Hey, can I pull a little bit of a curveball real quick? Just because
Why not?
I just
You're
want
literally watching Portland Bible School, so
they lost 114-31. Everybody was worried. 114-31. They got 31 points though. I didn't think they were gonna be able to. I mean,
wait, I'm sorry. That game wasn't live that you were watching?
No. I told you I had to help Coach Patrick out, man. I do my scout.
No. You're watching Portland State versus Portland Bible, the replay.
Yeah.
Dude, you need to take like a class or something.
Hey, I said yesterday in the tweet, I watch hoop.
You see, the
Gilbert Arenas don't watch hoop. I watch hoop.
That's the crazy thing. Kenny's being real. He's actually watching that game, really into it. Like he's gonna have Portland Bible stats. Like you need to get your boy.
Sold that like it was live. You were watching that on.
Yeah, it was a replay. Now I'm moving to Fullerton versus Seattle University. Let's see what they talking about. It was a good game last night. I'm
missed you
sure.
for about 2 hours.
Yeah, how do you watch stuff like that? Like that's not even like great bat.
It's hoop. It's hoop. It's hoop. I gotta watch it. I gotta see what's going on. I'm gonna be big on the Big Sky this year though, because I gotta, like I said, I gotta help Coach Patrick out.
The Lakers are so desperate.
What they do?
The Lakers are targeting a trade after December 15th. Please stop. Y'all got to stop this. Don't stop it. Stop it.
But what I wanted to do though, because I was excited. I was hyped up.
I see this. I see this. Portland.
Well, that one didn't have me hyped up.
Oh,
but man, the call of the night, and I just want to know what the people, because there was like 20 plays.
Yeah,
I want to know what the people think.
So
the call now, I'm gonna give them 2 minutes. Everybody in the chat, what was the call of the night? Jesse, Damien, Jesse, we got it logged in. Okay, we're good. Damien, what do you think the call of the night was?
So my first thought was it was the dunk steal dunk, but that's not really a call because it was one of the last things I saw before I left the house. It's got to be it's got to be the shimmy.
That was sick.
It's got to be.
Like, I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's got to be one of those.
There was like 5 of them where I was like, oh, and then Mark had a great call on a couple. Somebody caught a body. Like I was like, oh, I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. But you're going with the shimmy. Matt Kim says the Davion block. Miss Mac 10 says back-to-back dunks. Carlton says shout out Carlton, says Malik to TD lob.
Just a reminder, we used the television call.
That's right.
So there was a lot of cheering in the back-to-back dunks. It happened so quick. Mark didn't even really get a chance to call anything.
He didn't. Mr. Brooks says Malik lob to TD. I mean, yeah. Shot a man says TD alley-oop. So whenever you're ready, the call of the night, presented by nobody.
We've got the call of the night coming up give me 10 minutes for the call of the night.
Okay. All right. Well, no. Well,
or you want it right now?
I want it right now. Call it a night right now.
I don't miss you. I don't miss you at all. I didn't. That's fine. All right. Call of the night. Same button as usual. Okay. All right. Call of the night.
Here's Edwards with the lay. Donovan Edwards down the sideline. Gets past Ransom. Donovan Edwards. Touchdown, Michigan. The Don.
Let's go. All right, here's the real call tonight right now. Call it right now. Right now.
Davis showtime. And a steal.
You didn't think I was gonna go to the show. We ain't gonna talk about that.
Hulk Hogan, you can go to hell.
You didn't think we was gonna go to the whole show. We ain't gonna talk about that. I was up in room 202 in Kaiser South. And boy, if that wasn't playing on the TV while my beautiful woman was in labor. Oh boy. Let's go. Let's go. Them boys went to the house shoe. They went to the horseshoe and did that thing. And in Ohio State on the first drive of the game, thought they was gonna come out. Oh yeah. Stroud, we doing work this year. We doing work. They went to the horseshoe. Let's go. You see it. You up in here. You know what time it is. Shout out to Michigan Wolverines in the chat. Let's go.
Just let me know when y'all done.
Shout out Io. Shout out JT. House party. All my people over there. Shout out my man at the Kings games.
Reggie's.
Shout out my man Reggie.
Leave Reggie alone.
Shout out my man Reggie. You know what I'm saying? All my people out there. Shout out to my man, my Uncle Thomas. You know what the vibes, man. You know what it is. Let's go. Hey, Michigan, Georgia in the championship game. We can get to the phone line. That's why I had to make sure I got this in now, because we can go to the phone line. You know what I'm saying? We can go to the phone line.
Let's just go to Mitch. 916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
How's it going, Damon? Casey, how
It's
you
not going
doing?
well, Mitch. You never let me answer, Mitch. Why don't you let me answer? It's not going well. It's not going well at all.
Well, I'm sorry you're not a USC fan.
Damn right I'm not a USC fan. I hope Utah kicks their ass tomorrow night.
Wow. No, you guys aren't getting back in. You're done.
Oh, that's a big cap.
You're done.
USC loses. Ohio State's back in.
Hey.
No. Even they lose.
Come on, SC. Keep them boys out.
I have a little baby. She's very cute. She's beautiful.
Oh, thank you very much, Mitch. I appreciate it, man. She's doing great.
That's good. I got the names. A nice name. Tell me the name again.
Ryan.
I read your tweet.
Ryan
What's that?
Patrice Caraway. Ryan. Ryan. Great queen and a goddess.
She must get her looks from the mother's side.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sexy too, though.
Okay, well, I don't need to know that, but she'll be tall. I hope she'll be taller than Damon and me, because the Ocean's calling for us every other week. It's gonna be a great game. I like this expansion, but USC is gonna have to keep recruiting. The press is gonna be on them because they're going to. I think I know the Alabama division is good too, but they're going with Ohio State and Michigan are always gonna be good, and Penn State you can't take them lightly. So they're going to be going to a tough division. And I think the Pac-12, and they were good this year, Pac-12 was always in the top 2 or 3 conference in my book. Come on, they had 4 teams at one time, 5 teams in the top 25.
Yeah.
I like you. Karen Rice will be playing quarterback on Sundays too, but he's not as good as 2-time Heisman Trophy winning Caleb Williams. You can take that to the bank.
Caleb, but Caleb Williams. Hey, I will say this though. After some of the things that myself and Damon, the things that we know, I'm gonna just say this: y'all better get SC now.
Oh yeah,
you better get them now.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. You be this. Come to think about it, this might be it. This might be, if they don't win the national championship this year, this might be the last one.
Y'all better get them now, because boy, oh boy,
their pockets about to get deeper than I don't know what.
Than down south.
Boy, wow. I need you, Disco Tim. Help me out here, brother. Disco Tim, what's happening?
Oh, man, it's going down. Hey, congratulations on the little baby. That's wonderful news.
Appreciate you, Disco.
Yeah, man, I really appreciate you guys. And, I'm feeling pretty good today. The Kings are doing everything I've asked of them, basically. I mean, they're exceeding my expectations for the year so far. I believe they really are. The way they're putting up points, the way they can score at will. But what about Malik Monk, man? His name means king in Arabic. That is too much, man. He is in. I love that guy.
Yeah, man. That's my guy too, Disco Tim, man. And look, Disco Tim is one of the people that at the beginning of the season, the vibes were high for Disco Tim. He said, we're going to do it this year.
Oh, Disco Tim's vibes stay high.
Yeah, man. So
until his co-host comes along and kills him. Don't think I don't know your part in this.
He didn't know.
I did. I listened to it. I was like, wait, what is this? I was like, what is this? And I listened to it back. Oh, it's going to be great.
It's all right.
D'Lo and Casey is so back.
It's all right.
Dude, you're so in there that everybody hates Chris. He's cracking me up when he said that. Dude, you're so in there. Hey, man. Hey,
I guess
went to the horseshoe, did what we had to do, boy. Do what we had to do. Let's go.
I guess this show is coming back. It's D'Lo on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I even created the space in there for me to laugh. No, this is the real. This is the real one.
I was looking at it like, is it still moving? Oh, it's still moving. All right. You know what he's doing. I'm letting it ride. Letting it ride. You know what the great bit on this? I've never had any control over this show. Never. He is right though. Georgia and Michigan, like they're just locked in on spots for the college football playoff. I actually do think, I won't say this with him around, I do think Michigan is one of the best teams in football. I actually thought that last year.
See, but are they actually good, or are they going to get waxed in the playoffs?
No, I don't think they're going to get waxed this time. I think they had that little experience under the belt. I think they're, if it is Michigan and Georgia, I think there'll be concerns if they have to play Ohio State again. But I still feel like the three best teams in the country, they're just a different order now, are Georgia, Ohio State, and Michigan. Or to be fair, it's Georgia, Michigan, and Ohio State. I don't think it's TCU. I don't quite believe in USC yet. They can make believers out of me tomorrow, though, because that's normally a game that they choke. So they can make believers out of me tomorrow. David J. Right, is before my time. Before my time.
Johnny Carson was a TV show host, talk show host.
He was the Tonight Show host before Jay Leno.
Oh.
The OCest this show has ever been. I don't want M&Ms. I don't want anything from you, to be honest.
Got a little gift from the vending machine gods.
I don't want anything from you. Don't come in here and try to make it better.
I did see, damn, my boy gonna have to have knee surgery.
Yeah, I mean, that was a given. There was no way he was gonna. I mean,
he tried to play.
Yeah, he did a hell of a job trying to play, but
that's love. That's why I keep going. That's why I support him. Yeah, he tried to play, and I was like, nah, no more carries for him. I didn't see that happening. I
admire him for trying.
I had no idea that was going to happen like that, though. In all transparency, we talked about it before.
Ohio State was undisciplined, man, and Ryan Day was out coached.
I thought they could have done more on offense. Ohio State.
It's Ryan Day. I think that was the ghost of Jim Tressel coasting that game. Fucking sweater vest was back.
The sweater vest.
Do people still wear sweater vests?
I hope not.
Oh my gosh, dog! I saw this. I wish I could find it. I think Jazz sent it to me. There was a thread on Instagram. I think I made it to Twitter too about. Oh, hey Jade, how you doing? About
Lord.
about what we had to dress like to get in the clubs in like the early 2000s.
That. Yeah, I saw that.
Got a sweater vest and tie.
Oh man. Deuce says James Ham is a big sweater vest guy.
He is a big sweater vest.
I can
now
see
Tressel had
the
Ham is a sweater collar shirt guy.
Yeah.
I don't think
he's a
Ham
quarter
wears
zip guy.
He don't wear a sweater vest.
I can't think of one, but somebody text James, see how many sweater vests he wears.
You're home of the college football playoff.
Well,
you know,
it's all right.
The Big Ten championship game.
BK says Michigan looks solid too, bro. Michigan and Georgia, I think, are the best teams in football right now.
Hey, I had a lot of fun that last segment, but in all transparency, I thought they could win the game. I didn't think they were gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone thought they were going to do that, but Ryan Day just opened up the door for him, man. He was conservative. We were joking that it was the ghost of Jim Tressel leading that game.
And I agree with you. I think
conservative ass play calling back, and then undisciplined. You get to the fourth quarter, the game's still within reach. You commit 2 personal foul penalties. What the hell are you guys doing?
Well, the poor tackling as well. I mean, what did Michigan had 3 scores of like 70+ yards.
Yeah.
There's a missed tackle, a blown coverage, and then just a gaping
Putting
hole.
the game away. Yeah.
I agree with you though. I think Michigan and Georgia are the 2 best teams in the country.
They're getting to the college football playoff no matter what. There's no scenario where those 2 teams get in.
You think if Michigan were to lose to Purdue, they'd still get in?
Who jumps them?
Alabama.
No. You can't. With 2-loss Alabama that didn't play in the conference championship. TCU's already in there. They could be. They could be
not
two.
TCU. I'm thinking of
There's no one. Believe me. There's no one there. Clemson's out.
Yeah, they lost to South Carolina.
LSU could win the SEC and not make the college football playoff. There's no in.
Yeah.
Ohio, Michigan, and because it's really because of who's number 5.
Right.
Michigan,
Right.
like if Alabama was number 5, I'd watch Michigan closer. But they're not. They're 6. Ohio State is number 5.
But they can jump. They can jump Ohio State.
Why? Based on what?
Based on the fact that you wouldn't put Ohio State in there.
They're both home though. But I don't think a one-loss Ohio State team who just lost to a one-loss Michigan team versus a 2-loss Alabama team who didn't play either. To me, there is no scenario where Georgia and Michigan don't get. Georgia loses to LSU. Oh, that sucks. They're still in. Michigan loses to Purdue, a 4-loss Purdue team. They're still in.
Oof, that's
the
tough.
only hope for Ohio State is TCU, and TCU could be a stretch. I don't think it is, but TCU and USC. That's it. And I don't know what happens if TCU and USC loses.
Oh, hell breaks.
That's the one I just.
Then Tennessee's probably back in there.
It could be Tennessee.
Tennessee's.
But
probably
again,
back in.
Alabama's 6.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. It's a good point. I guess the worst that could happen, and Michigan Wolverines says it in the chat. The worst that could probably happen is they go down to 4.
That's it. But I don't. That even that doesn't happen because Ohio State can't jump Michigan.
Right.
How do you as a college football committee rationalize that?
Can't do it.
So the worst Michigan is 3.
Well, yeah, that's true.
They can't beat 4.
But that's when Alabama gets in. Michigan 4, and you jump Alabama somehow to 3.
I don't see that at all.
Or SC goes up.
No one.
Well, there you go. They lose. Michigan's 4, TCU 2nd, SC is 3rd.
Michigan loses. Ohio, USC wins. TCU. Okay, that scenario works. Yeah, that scenario works.
To your point,
because it
they're
requires
in
the other
regardless.
2 to win. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
And
That works.
I think Georgia and Michigan are the 2 best teams in college football.
I agree.
But I will say, and I said this 2 weeks ago, I want to see SC versus Georgia. I think SC's offense got something for those boys.
I don't think that they do. I
Mm.
don't think that they do. I think there's only one team that can truly compete with Georgia, and I think it's Michigan.
Mm.
I think Ohio State might be able to, but not that undisciplined version that Ryan Day is the coach. Ryan Day gonna have to snap out of So this is 2 now.
Yeah.
And that's Ryan Day's only 2. Harbaugh got a bunch of L's,
Right.
but Ryan Day only got 2 games against Michigan. He lost both of them. It's 1. All right, it happens. 2, now it's in your head.
Yeah.
Now you've got to settle down, or you're going to be Harbaugh.
Dog. The college sports is a little different, and I don't think we're there yet. I'm not saying we're there yet, but coaches get fired for not being able to win one game.
That's facts.
Ryan Day
That's
could go
facts.
11-1 every single year. If he's 0-6 against Michigan,
If that
his
yep.
job is on the line. Lloyd Carr got fired because he couldn't beat Ohio State.
That's right.
Lloyd Carr won a national championship.
Lloyd Carr
for
was a
Michigan.
coach for 5 decades.
Yeah.
Yep.
And won every other game, it felt like. Couldn't beat Ohio State. They got him out of there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Ryan Day, they got to go to the big house next year. Don't let it be 0-3. And
You
gotta
get through a
start figuring some
class,
stuff
that's
out.
where it starts talking. You get through
Mhm.
an entire class, that's where it starts. That's
I can't believe they can't figure out the defense. This is like the 2nd or 3rd year where they just ain't got it on the defensive end.
I mean, and this was supposed to be a seamless transition
Mhm.
from Urban to Ryan Day. And that was one of the things that I thought.
Urban was on the call on Saturday.
That's incredible.
Hey, damn, he's good on.
I can't believe
on
they
the- on
put
the-
the- I can't believe they
And he's
keep-
really good on there. I wish he would have never went to Jacksonville.
We could still do without him.
I agree.
We got Ramsey, right? 916-909-1320. What you think, Ramsey?
Nothing.
I threw him off there. I threw him off. That's my bad, Ramsey. I threw you off. Sorry about that.
It's all good. First off, thank the Rose Bowl for making decisions right for us to get the 12-team playoff in 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss these
I am gonna
discussions,
miss it
though.
too.
I'm
I
going
am
to miss
gonna
these
miss it.
discussions.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right, but I'm going to miss this.
As much as I like to see a Pac-12 team in the college football playoff this year, I don't see it.
How is USC getting denied? What are you talking about?
You think
I like
USC
Utah.
is losing?
I like Utah.
Yeah.
They
I like Utah.
They won by a point at home. SC about to go to work on them boys.
You think so? Have you watched Utah play this year? Utah is
watched
a
them.
gritty team.
They're very tough.
Utah
They're very
is a
tough.
gritty team.
Yeah, they needed a
And-
last-second 1-point win to beat SC the first time at the crib.
A win is a win.
This is true. I
And
have
I
no
like-
comeback
and
for
I-
that.
And I like TCU. I like TCU on Saturday, but it's going to be close.
Refresh my memory. Who's that again? Who
TCU.
TCU
Do they
versus who?
play
In the
Oklahoma State?
Kansas State.
Kansas State. That's it.
State.
Kansas
Oh,
State.
I mean,
they losing.
And it's going to be a battle between Max Duggan and Adrian Martinez.
TCU losing. I'm calling it right now.
Then we get Ohio State, Michigan too for the national title.
Come on, bring it on.
Appreciate you, Ramsey. Thank you, bro. Ohio State, Michigan too for the national title. Ryan Dagan scared to death. He gonna be calling Urban. Urban, what do I do?
They're gonna be Sean McVay out here going against Kyle Shanahan.
Oh man.
Speaking of
strong vibes. Oh my.
Can we get Jesse Cam?
All right. I do want to mention. Matt George going to join us a couple minutes.
Batty Thursday.
Well, a little more than a couple minutes, but
Batty
for sure.
Thursday. Jesse, your Miami Dolphins. They've been talking since before their game last Saturday. This wasn't even after the Texans game. They was out there talking Sunday morning. Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson,
Jesse just
Nate Sherfield.
Dolphins hoodie on, just trying to get some work done for D'Lo and KC, and you're
look here. You know what happens when people talk to the 49ers. You know you're lucky I ain't got no soundboard. You know what happens.
You are really fired up today.
You know what happens, Jesse.
No, stop it. Michael Parsons does not play for the Dolphins, okay? Stop. What are you mad about?
Yeah, I mean, y'all running your mouth.
Who, Mostert?
Yeah,
'Cause he said he has
and
a
you know
quarterback-
Mostert, unlike Tyrese Haliburton, or what the one guy said at one time. He said, "Yeah, I caught the baby, unlike Alligar."
Oh, that is terrible.
Aguilar. But yeah, unlike Tyrese Haliburton, Mostert ran that back. He know what time it is. He know what happened when you talk to the Niners.
I'm gonna be real. I didn't like that he went on one of the other stations to like walk back his comments and stuff. But I
And
mean,
I 100% believe him.
You
too,
also
by the way.
got to chill on the Tyrese thing. It's coming across a little venomous. Tyrese is our people. Mr.
He
Halliburton
is our people. He is our people.
Mr. Halliburton.
He is our people.
All
Mr. Halliburton's my guy. Tyrese is my guy. So stop having JJ gaslight him, man. That's it.
That's a good call right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Next time JJ sends a text, just say no.
But Jesse, yeah, man. I mean, what's up? What y'all trying to do on Sunday? What's up?
I mean, no one's running their mouth. He told the truth. He said he's got a quarterback who could sling it now. Like he does.
What do you mean now? What do you mean now? I mean, how many Super Bowls two have been to?
Oh my! See, you know, I'm so tired of you Niner fans. Oh, we went to the Super Bowl. Congrats! Hang a banner. You guys got to play a few more national TV games than us. Hang a banner because you guys almost won the Super Bowl. It's been 30 years since you guys actually won one.
Yeah, it's been 70 years since y'all won.
But I'm not talking about like, oh, Dolphins this, Dolphins that.
I just know on Sunday, y'all better make sure your chin straps are tightened. Because crazy Drake Greenlaw coming out there. Raheem was running his mouth. He gonna have to see 5'7".
Bring him then.
He gonna have to see
Bring him.
5'7". Tyreek, he running his mouth. He gonna have to see crazy 5'7". And my boy Ward, because you know Ward don't play them games.
I mean, Ward's gonna be.
Jimmy Ward don't play them games.
He's gonna be playing catch up with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Come across that middle, see what happens. Jimmy Ward will take 15.
If you can catch him.
And Charvarius, you already know Moody Ward. He already told DeAndre Hopkins what it was.
I don't know. This is a good test for you guys. This is a good test for you guys. Finally, see, this is gonna be your biggest test of the season,
sir. Please.
That was a fantastically passive aggressive remark. I got to give Jesse credit for that one. That was a good. That was a solid display of passive aggressiveness.
In all seriousness, Dolphins are a really good team. Really good team. This is gonna be a good game. I say, as a 49ers fan and an observer of the Niners and the entire league, including the Dolphins, I don't know if the Dolphins got the defense to stand up to the Niners. I think the Niners are going to have their way offensively.
Okay, let's talk for real then. You don't think, because Jimmy last week, he struggled a little bit because the Saints were putting pressure on him. I think Miami can put that pressure on him. You talked last week.
That's a game changer. New Orleans played good defense on Sunday.
You said last week, I think it was, like, if you can rush forward, then you can make Jimmy struggle a bit. Miami can do that. I think they're going to limit him a bit. I think the game comes down to DeMeco Ryans versus Mike McDaniel.
5'7" about that. Ooh, 5. Ooh, come across that middle one time. See what 5'7", 5'7" will take 15. Hell, he'll get thrown out. He don't care. Raheem. I like Raheem too, man. I'm glad he walked that back because he know what time it is. He know what time it is.
It is funny though. So there's some tension in this game, and you wouldn't think about that. Like you wouldn't think there would be.
Let's do it again in February too, by the way.
It's a big game for both teams. Yeah. It's the game of the weekend for sure. Yeah. There's a football game tonight.
On 1320, by the way. So
tune in.
So top
great
nice,
game.
top nice.
Tune in.
It's a great game.
I had to catch you guys right there.
You're home of Thursday night football.
It's a great game, man.
Bills and Pats.
Is it for real? That is
Bills
actually a
and
good
Pats,
game.
yeah, it's Bills and
I will
Pats.
watch that.
I don't know about the Bills right now, man.
They
Every
look
time,
like they
like
might have
even
peaked
when
a
they
little
win,
early.
I'm like,
no. They look like they peaked a little early.
Get your picks in for those of you.
I gotta get my
on the
picks
pick.
in.
Oh, stop it!
I
Shut
didn't.
up.
I picked last week. What you talking about?
Did you pick the week before?
No.
Okay.
I forgot. I forgot. But what was I about to say about the
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Oh, great job by them on Thanksgiving. Best Lions game I ever saw on Thanksgiving. Great job by them. But Adam Silver, I was about to say David Stern, rest in peace. But Adam Silver, I need you to get stay with your chest, do some push-ups,
Okay.
and stop running scared of the NFL on Thursday nights.
Oh yeah.
This is getting out of control. Next year, don't be running scared of the NFL, especially with them on Amazon Prime. Ain't nobody turning to that app if there's a good NBA game on.
Yeah, that's
Tonight we got one game, and it's Dallas versus Detroit.
Yeah, and it's on NBA TV.
Adam Silver.
Yeah.
Man up.
That's kind of weak. Y'all be weak in the knees.
Stand up.
We need that drop. Come on, man. What are we doing?
I'll email it to you.
Thank you.
Oh, we still got to see Colts and Cowboys on Sunday night.
I do need to read the legal ID.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm just back. I don't know what to say. I'm back. I'm sorry.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button as well. You can hit the heart button if you're on the Odyssey app. You can subscribe to the podcast. You can go to D-Lo and KC and get some merch right now for 25% off. No code needed. Just go to DLoandKC.com and order gifts for the loved ones. Deck the whole family out in D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, man.
Gear. Did you have more that you wanted to?
No, I just said we're still stuck with that sorry Sunday night game because it's the Cowboys. That game trash.
It was the Cowboys and who?
Colts.
Oh.
They could have flexed the Dolphins. Now the Dolphins is getting flexed left and right. What y'all got? Two Sunday night games coming up?
Yeah, we got the Chargers. They got the Chargers next Sunday night. Then
And they took Patrick Mahomes out?
Yeah,
Didn't they take a
'cause
Chiefs game out?
Chiefs Broncos though.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, what's going on in Denver? Woo.
Even you couldn't have thought it would have been this bad.
Nah, I didn't.
That's
I
bad.
didn't. It's all bad.
Well,
We're stuck with that sorry Sunday night game. They should have flexed Dolphin Niners in the Sunday night.
We'll have a whole lot of time to talk football tomorrow because, as Kenny noted, there's one freaking basketball game tonight, and it doesn't involve the Sacramento Kings. Matt George is going to join us coming up here as Batty Thursday continues. Matt George closes us out. I love that that's the full-on gimmick. It's so great. Kings beat the Pacers last night, 137-114. Back-to-back this weekend, man. We've looked at this schedule a couple of times. It's tough. It starts with the Clippers, who the Kings are going to see for the second time on Saturday.
I hope they give us that Jazz treatment. They didn't play nobody last night.
Yeah. And then they're home for Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're on the road for a pretty lengthy road trip.
I don't want to overstate it, but this is a semi big weekend for them.
It's I don't think that's I think it is a big weekend.
I think I will talk about this all the time. I think they got an opportunity. The Clippers are a really good team.
Yeah.
Even with Paul George and Kawhi out, we saw what they did against Portland the other night. Coming back from, I think they were down like 18, came back to win that with Reggie Jackson and Norman Powell and Marquise Morris and all those guys. But if Paul George is playing or whatever, it's a good team. But I don't know. The Kings are a good ball club themselves.
Mhm.
And you've got that game coming off 2 days rest, more than the traditional one that you've been getting.
Yeah.
And if you can get that, and then you play I know it's a back-to-back, but you come back home, which is finally seemed to turn into like an advantage for you the way it should be, where like I think the team is energized by playing in front of this crowd and playing at home.
Sure.
So if you can, hey, I know it's talking crazy, maybe, man, 2-0 this weekend, that would be great. 1-1 would be cool too, but you got to get one.
Yeah.
You got to get one of these two.
Well, see, that's the thing. We get into these segments of games, and you look at that, brutal road trip with, Milwaukee and New York and all of these, Philadelphia, all of these really tough teams on there. And you start trying to project, oh, this could be, I know James even said it, and I don't, this isn't what he was predicting. He just said, this could be an 0-6 road trip. Any road trip can be 0-6. Any road trip could be 6-0. Like, this is a completely different team than we've seen in years past, and we're still evaluating the team kind of the same way. We know they're competitive. The question is, will they be able to close out games? Will they have any lapse games? What we know right now for sure is the sample size of back-to-backs. They have not shot well on the second night of a back-to-back, whether it was, I think it was the Warriors the first time around and the Atlanta Hawks. And you mentioned this earlier when you were talking about that Hawks game. They didn't play bad in the Hawks game. They were right there. That game was very, very winnable for them. But in so many of the, Lakers games, Cleveland games, those late shots that fell for them, that ignited them, that got them going, they didn't fall versus Atlanta. They didn't drop. And that's been the theme so far. Even though the number of back-to-backs has been pretty limited, that's the theme so far. They just do not shoot well on the second night. They've got a back-to-back. It's at home. It's against the team that's
struggling a little bit.
Yeah,
right
they're
now.
not. They're not very good. I don't think it's a team that we thought of very highly coming into the season, anyways. But that doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
It's a team on your schedule at home on the second night of a back-to-back. I'm gonna try not to evaluate, these road trips and predict and project and do all of that stuff. All I got to do is trust. I know they're going to be going against a good Milwaukee team. Hey, not too many of them. Milwaukee has bad nights too.
Yeah. Chris Middleton coming back tomorrow too, by the way.
Oh, it's tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh man, Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. So Chris Middleton and James Harden will be back for their respective teams by the time the Sacramento Kings get to those cities.
Yeah. But one thing that I'm seeing with this Kings team, and I'm pretty sure everybody is, but the level of respect that they're getting from the rest of the league. Last week, we talked about KD on the et ceteras with our guy, Eddie Gonzalez, who's just out there chopping it up with Jerry Seinfeld. I mean, damn. Okay, I see you.
Yeah.
But we talked about, we played the clip of what he had to say about playing against the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier in the year, Donovan Mitchell.
He named like every player too.
Yeah.
That was one of the cool things about the clip, is he wasn't just talking about Fox and Sabonis. Like, he was talking about Chimezie Metu.
Right. What's in a sidebar to that a little bit. What was really cool was in that clip, he went, really in on Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin Huerter tweeted it out, and he was like, one of the GOATs. Thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And you forget Kevin Durant is like kind of their OG.
Yeah.
They grew up. Kevin Huerter grew up watching Kevin Durant.
Sure.
And to a certain degree idolizing his game. And I can imagine that moment when a guy that you looked up to for so many years shouts you out in a major way. Like, I just thought that was pretty cool, for Kevin Huerter. But he said that. Donovan Mitchell said what he had to say. Monty Williams the other day, after the game, it's a playoff team right here. It's tough to play in here. I think DeAndre Ayton was like, we had to do hand signals. It was so crazy in here and all this stuff.
Can I have a minute?
Oh, yeah.
What the hell was DeAndre Ayton working out in a towel after that game? Did y'all see that video? Like, why are they doing this? This is the second time I've seen this. The last time I saw Devin Booker was working out after a game in his uniform in some slides. What athletic trainer has you out there working out in slides? Why was DeAndre Ayton doing shoulder presses in a freaking towel?
Yeah, dude was out there like he was Val Venus. Like,
what are we
what's going on here?
doing?
I didn't see this.
Hello, ladies. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Why?
I don't know. And he's pushing like he's getting clowned for the amount of weight that he's pushing. Though I get you're not lifting
That's
heavy
not a
during the
big deal.
season.
Yeah.
But like, why is he out there working out in a towel? Like, what are you doing? Who trains like that? And what athletic trainer doesn't look at, hey, bruh, go put some shorts on. I'm assuming he had spandex on under there. I'm assuming he wasn't just
put some shorts on.
I'm assuming he wasn't just primo in this thing underneath. But what are you doing? Like, why?
I haven't seen that.
You got look it up.
This.
Look it
I
up
gotta
right
see
now.
this.
I don't even know where I saw it, but I think it was here. It was after the. I'm pretty sure it was at the Golden One set. It was the game here. These dudes out there just getting their workout in. Like that's cool. Like put some shorts on, bro.
Why are you in a towel?
Like why
lifting 275?
He's in a towel lifting 95 is what he's doing. But like what? Why, bro? Like what?
Hey, the funny thing is, this is weird what these guys do sometimes. Because like I shouldn't say weird, but have you ever noticed that Malik does it a lot? He's not alone. And let's be perfectly honest. If I was in the NBA, I might do the same thing. Well, these boys put their earrings on before they come to the press conference. You ever notice that? Malik is in his tank top. He's in his uniform still, whatever. No, hold on. Let me get these earrings here real quick, bro.
I mean, I'd flex.
Last night, TD goes up to talk to Drapes and everything. Yeah. TD, can we get the man in the elevator? Please. The man had to run stairs of the Golden One Center afterwards. He couldn't even talk. The man was out of breath. I feel bad for him. But TD, I'm on T. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get these earrings in real quick, big dog. Let me get them in. All right, cool. That's just what they do. I do the same thing. DeAndre Ayton in a towel, though. I don't know what that's all about. I don't have any explanation for that. Why is he in a towel? Lifting
Did
weights?
you see?
Here he is. Wait a minute. Why? Barefoot.
See, the barefoot thing I don't mind as much. Like I get there's a technique behind that. At least he's not wearing slides like Devin Booker. Hey, Devin Booker scored 95 points in the last 2 games, but he can't play because he slipped doing hamstring curls on a physio ball because he was doing them in Gucci slides. Because apparently our athletic trainer is a jackass.
Why is he in a towel?
I don't know.
Like he just got out the shower.
I don't know. I wish I was still at the go. Hey, bro, do you need some shorts? Did someone steal your shorts? Did someone in Sacramento steal your shorts?
That's crazy.
We'll reset.
That's crazy.
I heard Matt George does bench presses and towels. I'm not sure. He joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. A man out there lifting weights in a damn towel.
That is hilarious. I did not see this.
He said like he's Val Venus.
Hello,
ladies.
The Suns are a weird team.
They are weird. They're playing a lot better than I thought they would too. A lot better than I believe they would.
They're a finals contender, right?
Yeah.
Is anyone else out west like a finals contender, a true one? I guess.
Denver. Hey, the way they're starting to get together. I'm about to say New Orleans might, I don't know. New Orleans kind of scary to me.
I don't know, man. Herbert looking fly in that pink hoodie, though. I think we got Do-Rag Herb.
Where Herbert at? On Twitter?
Yep. He just tagged the show. I just retweeted it. Shout out to Cam. Cam was watching for Deuce Bars.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, that reminds me.
Dr. David Photoshop.
We'll talk after the show.
Why? What, Matt? I said they are a title contender. What are you talking about?
I think them, the Bucks, and the Celtics. Those are like the 3 true title contenders right now.
I'll put Denver in there.
I got to see it, though, from them.
Yeah, true. I'll put Denver in there, though. And the Kings.
Of course, how can I forget?
Hey, did you see who was that? Prince Harry at the Celtics game yesterday?
Yeah, he didn't get as much love as Sasha Banks got.
Sasha was at the game?
Yeah, she was out there in the Celtics jersey. She had the Larry Bird jersey on.
That's lit.
Yeah, Shaden Sharp is good.
Ooh.
That boy good.
You know, I want to give a shout out to all the women out there, all the mothers out there. Because I don't know, I was there the whole step of the way the first time when my son was born.
Oh. Oh man.
Shirt's got to be off though, Matt.
Bro,
Shirt's got to be off.
Please don't, Matt. You don't have to Matt, stop it.
Oh, it's lit.
Hey. Oh, it's just like Tal don't fail. Tal don't fail.
Tal don't fail.
Don't fail, Tal.
He's got the same color towel as DeAndre Ayton,
He
too.
did.
He
You and DeAndre Ayton shop at the same Bed Bath and Beyond, apparently.
I was trying to make sure your show didn't get canceled.
Hey, are you okay? Where are you?
I'm just
Are you
in
being
my.
held hostage somewhere?
You in that? You got that Kenny background, huh? Jesse? Is that what that?
I was inspired by the walls of the studio. So
That's a good call. That's a good
this
call.
is my almost empty, with the exception of a computer, office.
Very good.
Yeah. Good. But real quick though, shout out to all the mothers out there. After going through on the outside looking in labor, I mean that alone was like, I don't want no kids. I don't want her going through this. This is brutal.
No, thank you.
Brutal. So you guys are amazing. If I was a woman, I'd never have kids.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the population would just end if men were in charge of. Like, yeah, no, sorry, this is
not
it.
Interested in that.
I don't know about you, Kenny. During my wife and my whole process, I was exhausted. So I don't know about you. I was really tired. I had to sit down. I had to walk to the cafeteria to eat. And then I sat somewhere. Yeah, I didn't want to, but I did.
Yeah, I did too. It's
kind
of weird.
Be like something's gonna go wrong here. You do it.
It's kind of weird.
You went to school for 6 years to do this. I'm not gonna walk in here and do it. Are you guys having another one? Is that part of the plan?
To be determined. I would like to follow the Kenny Caraway model, and I would like a daughter personally, but if I get 2 little boys, I might as well just get a double insurance on my new home. So maybe we will see, to be determined. But if in my new house, if we do have another kid, then I have to give up my office.
Well, we got to make sacrifices, man.
Yeah, it bees like that.
We all got to make sacrifices.
Also,
I don't have kids, so I can be selfish.
Kenny, I love the name that you chose, because my cousin, who she's basically like my older sister. She was born 8 months before me. Her name is also Ryan, spelled Rhian.
It's the only feminine spelling of the name Ryan.
Hang on, Matt. Batting Thursday concludes here in the go-home hour of D'Lo and KC, fresh off his workout, looking extra pumped after those chest presses. Our man, Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast and ABC 10 as well. He brings cookies for Kevin John during halftime. It's very, very nice of you. Matt, how you feeling today, man?
First off, it's the first time anyone has ever said I looked pumped. Second off, I didn't appreciate you laughing, Kenny, because that's what people normally do. And third off, you and Kevin John bullied me after I brought up a cookie, saying that I should have brought up 2, which is abusive, and I don't appreciate it.
I bullied you because you were eating a hot dog.
And then you bullied me on Twitter.
smothered in ketchup.
I never
Hey.
get these things when I go to the game. I guess I never go back to the.
I'm sorry, you're too busy in the Lexus lounge eating like steak
true.
and crap.
That's right.
Mister.
I don't know what you're talking.
You get
Oh, I don't
steak.
get a hot dog. I'm too busy eating lobster with Vivek.
It's true. I mean, Matt George don't tell lies. It was nice of you to give your seat to 50 Cent since you couldn't be at the game last night.
That was kind.
Shout
Very
out
nice.
50.
I'm sure people were happy to have him there.
Shout out 50, man.
If you were there, 50 probably would have been sitting next to me and Morgan. Probably would have been way up there.
Matt, you got a chain like 50?
Yes. It keeps my bike from getting stolen.
Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure. He's just got one of them chains wrapped around it. Matt, what performance last night was extraordinary. Emotion levels were super high. What's your big takeaway from the Kings beating the Pacers last night?
I mean, to me, it was the Kings, I think, did exactly what they needed to do. Like, you take a extremely emotionally charged game, a game that has so many off the court storylines that you can't control. But when it comes to 48 minutes on the floor, you kick ass. Like, with the exception of like the 5-1 start and that little push that the Indiana Pacers made in the third quarter, Sacramento dominated this game. Like, they, beyond the introductions for Tyrese and Buddy, they didn't give a damn who was returning. They didn't give a damn what the storylines were. They said, you know what? And I tweeted this out, and I think it tells the story of the game from the Sacramento Kings perspective. Stop talking about the trade last year and start talking about this year's team. Like, that's how the Sacramento Kings played. I felt last night's game was a statement game the same way the Kings national TV game over Brooklyn was a statement game. They got their platform. They dominated the Brooklyn Nets. Last night, not only were they trying to break a 3-game skid, a game that I think, and I think, Kenny, you said this too, they had to have, like they needed to get that game for a lot of individual and team purposes. On top of that, while I'm not saying that everybody was tuning into Kings and Pacers on a Wednesday night, I guarantee you the majority of people that weren't Sacramento Kings fans tuning into that game were tuning in to see Tyrese Haliburton and Buddy Hield torch the Kings, because that's what the narrative has been. It's how could the Kings give up this player who had this young player, this young star, who then goes on JJ Redick's podcast and goes on and answers all these questions and is very open about how he takes it personally. And then how could you include one of the greatest shooters in the NBA with it? These two are going to go in and torch the Kings. The Kings are foolish. The Kings are silly. And the Kings said, you know what? We don't give a damn about all that. Watch, we're the better team. We're on our home floor. Watch what we do. And they wiped the floor with the Pacers, who were just coming off of a big comeback win against the Los Angeles Lakers. So I think the Kings handled their business in a near perfect fashion.
Yeah, man. And one of the things that I was very impressed with that game last night is, aside from all the, the storylines and everything else, like you mentioned, it was time to end that skid. And we've said a couple of different times over the last 2 seasons, hey, don't let, a 2-game losing streak turn into 7 or 8 or whatever the case may be. And another sign that so far this group isn't the same as teams in the past is they made sure they didn't let that happen. They're like, look, it's at 3. I think Domas said it after the game. He said, in this league, you lose 3 in a row. The bottom line is just stop it right there. You got to figure out a way to get it done. And it just so happened that they were in the midst of this with all the hoopla that was going around with Tyrese and Buddy coming back. But they didn't let that affect their preparation for the game. If anything, it might have heightened it to go along with, trying to stop the slide. And I've been saying this a number of different times this year. His team doesn't blink, and they didn't blink yesterday.
No, and to your point, Kenny, I get the sense, too, that this team was disgusted by the 0-4 start, and they weren't going to allow that to happen again. Like, we're talking about a 4-game losing streak. To us, sitting through 2 9-game losing streaks in the same season, 4 games is nothing. To that team, it was like, now, we started this season 0-4. We know we're way better than that. We've shown we're way better than that. We just rattled off 7 straight. We're not losing 4 in a row again, especially with 2 out of the 4 being in our building again, regardless of who the competition is. So I genuinely got the sense, the way that they were talking about that game, the way they were talking after the Suns loss. Like, I love what Domantas Sabonis said after that loss. He said, like, we can't keep losing these games and saying we're so close or saying we're almost there. Like, I love that from Domas. He's a man of pretty few words, and he usually doesn't talk without having a smile on his face, but I think he hit the nail on the head there. And the Kings played with a sense of urgency in this game. Like, They wanted to, Keegan Murray said after the game, they wanted to win this one for Domantas Sabonis. But more importantly than any of those storylines, more importantly than the feel good, haha, got you round 1 or round 2, technically, with the Indiana Pacers since the trade, it was, okay, we got to handle our own business here, and we're not going to lose 4 in a row again. We're not going to let that happen. I thought that was evident in the way they carried themselves last night.
What did you think of the crowd last night? I know you got a chance to talk to people on their way in. What did you think of that?
I mean, like, I can't tell you how many times that I've thought or said to myself, and it's usually during like Scott Freshour's fourth quarter on your feet pump up, like, and even when that building is like 60% full, like that building gets loud during that pump up, and it could be against whatever opponent on whatever night, like that. Kings fans always make noise, and I've said before many times, one of my chief concerns when I saw the renderings of the Golden One Center going from Arco was, are we going to lose that? What it was known as Arco Thunder, but that intimate setup, that intimate setting where the noise was just on top of you. Now, I haven't heard the Golden One Center get to Arco Thunder levels yet. It's probably going to take playoffs in order to get to that, but that building still gets plenty loud. And I'll tell you, if that Terrence Davis dunk, then alley-oop sequence wasn't the loudest that building's ever gotten in its history, it's got to be number 2. And I can't remember what is number 1. Maybe DeMarcus Cousins running back out of the tunnel after being unejected. Like, that might be the only chance at surpassing the volume in there. So the crowd was great. And I said this on my podcast, and I stand by it, and I said it on Twitter too. You know, the Kings went on that big run. They went on a 9-0 run to stop the Pacers push. The Pacers got within 12 in the third quarter. That 9-0 run started when Sacramento Kings fans went absolutely ballistic when Miles Turner missed 2 free throws and they won free cookies. From that point, the Kings rattled off a 9-0 run. They ended the first quarter that third quarter, on a 19-8 run. By that point, like, Buddy and Haliburton came out of the game at the 2-minute mark left in the third. They didn't come back. The game was over at that point. And as much as Malik Monk and Terrence Davis are energy guys that are extremely important to that second unit, I give nobody credit more than I give the Golden One Center crowd for starting that run, because the energy that they brought during that missed free throw and beyond sparked that push.
Well, you know, it's something that I've been dying for a minute now, and that's, you know, to have this place coming into Sacramento be a tough task and a tall task for anybody that comes in there. You know, that's what people would say all the time about Arco, you know, way back in the day, you know, in the early 90s. Like, man, it doesn't matter what's going on. You come to Arco, you know, the fans are going to be loud. It's going to be a tough place to play. And they have that aspect, it seems, going right now. Like I said, we talk about what Monty Williams had to say, what DeAndre Ayton had to say when he had clothes on. And, you know, and what he had to say about not being able to hear and all this other stuff. The team is feeding off that as well. The team is now looking at, this is kind of what Alvin was talking about last year, that he can never get these guys to understand and to translate. Hey, you got a great home court. You got great fans. Use it to your benefit. Use it as a catalyst and catapulting you into playing well. This particular team has seemed to have a grasp on that.
They also brought back the cowbell cam last night, which is a staple and must be at every single night, because the beat that they play during that is amazing. And it's always started off by the SNL Will Ferrell "I Need More Cowbell" skit, which is phenomenal. And then I don't know, like, nobody knew that it was, I guess, like country music night or something last night. Like, they didn't advertise that at all. And I was like, maybe it's because Indiana is in town, I guess, and stereotypes or whatever. But it was, I guess, country music night for no reason.
Great night to have country music night when 50 Cent is there.
It was so random and so confusing.
And the Hawks come to Sacramento.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Hawks are in town.
It works for me. It works for me. Yeah, I didn't know it was country music.
Nobody did.
I was wondering why they were like, they did the karaoke thing. I was like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Hey, that was a good song though. I forget what it was.
I guess I don't know the song. Like, and they had the guy answering, "Hey, what song is this?" I was like, I would have got, if Fresh had sat next, I would have gotten all of them wrong. I was like, bro, I don't know what this is. I have no idea. Absolutely no clue. You think De'Aaron's good?
I think something's going on. And I mean, it's not the first time though. Like, De'Aaron has played a lot of his career banged up, like a lot. And he takes bumps and bruises all the time with the way he plays and how physical he is and going amongst the trees there in the paint. He does not look, I think you were saying earlier on the show, D'Lo, like when he's not it's like making a basketball move.
Yeah, when
he
the
looks
blown, when play is stopped, he's moving funny.
Yeah, he just looks slow. And I wouldn't say it's concerning necessarily because again, I've seen De'Aaron play through bumps and bruises. I maybe the most concerning part is if you do have to give him a little bit of a rest here, you're about to go on a 6-game road trip where you're going to need him damn near every night during that road trip to have a chance at coming home and maybe that road trip being 500. So if I were, I guess that's where I'd say I was concerned. He just doesn't look like he's as comfortable as he was to start the season. That being said, I don't think there's enough there to really panic or anything yet. But yeah, something's definitely off. He's just not nearly as aggressive or physical right now as he's been.
He got going though. I do want
Yeah.
to because where I really know it was the first quarter. It was a couple of timeouts. Like, man, I hope my dude's all right. Like, I don't even know if he had taken a shot yet. And then I think you told me earlier he didn't hit his first shot till he did
3 minutes to go in the second
and he had only
quarter.
taken at that point maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah.
It's not like he was aggressive and the shot wasn't falling. Like he just wasn't taking them.
Yeah, I marked in the second quarter. It was like midway through the second quarter, and he had played 10 minutes. It was the third time he had come out of the game. He had played 10 minutes and was 0 for 1. And with a point, which was from the free throw line. I was like, whoa. But then he ended the second quarter on a little bit of a push. And I mean, but you notice like the way he scored, he had that nasty move against Tyrese Haliburton, which was awesome to see. And he got to the basket a couple times, but I mean, he was taking jumpers. He was settling for no contact mid-range jumpers. Like I'm not saying he's shying away from contact because that's not his game, but he just doesn't seem as willing right now to take it as strong as he was maybe to start the season.
Yeah. I want to get into the Kings overall and what they've got going on, but I want to ask you before we leave the game yesterday, you think this whole Pacers, Kings, Haliburton, Sabonis, Kings fans, Pacers fans, you think it's over now that this game has been played? Or is this something that's going to continue for a long, long time?
I think elements of it should be over. The trade itself is definitely not. Like as much as I was joking last night, and I think Jason Jones tweeted it out, and I retweeted his tweet. He was saying like, if the Kings win this, they win the trade, right? It's like absolutely. Unless they lose, then the trade's still up in the air. But like the determining factor to me of this trade will be and has always been Domantas Sabonis re-signing. Like if Sabonis re-signs, and more importantly, if Sabonis re-signs to rejoin a team that is winning or doing well. I think, D'Lo, you said earlier in the show when you're talking about this, like if Domantas Sabonis re-signs like he likely would if the Sacramento Kings make the playoffs this year, then I think regardless of what the Indiana Pacers are doing, and by the way, I think the Pacers and Tyrese Haliburton are going to be just fine. At that point, I think the storylines, the narratives, at least here in Sacramento on that trade is closed. What I do think should be over is I think we should move past the ridiculous idea that the Sacramento Kings got fleeced in the trade, the ridiculous idea that the Kings are foolish for giving up Tyrese Haliburton and Buddy Hield, and look what the Pacers are doing while not giving any respect or any attention and not even trying to give any attention to what the Sacramento Kings are doing. And at the same time, too, I think it's time to stop asking Tyrese Haliburton about it. And I asked Tyrese after the game, I was like, hey, now that this game has been played, like, do you just want to be a Pacer, let the Kings be the Kings, and not be asked about anymore? And I thought he gave a really honest Tyrese Haliburton answer. And he said, like, I don't know what you want me to do. If I'm asked about it, I'm not going to be rude. Maybe I should do a better job shutting the questions down. But I get the sense that maybe it also comes after a beatdown. But I get the sense that he doesn't want to talk about it anymore. And hopefully he's stopped being asked about it. But at the same time, too, you kind of reap what you sow. And he talked a little bit of smack. And then when he made his return to Sacramento, he got smacked. So, I mean, I understand the narratives and I understand trying to kind of stir up the drama. We love it here in the media. It helps us on our talk shows and things like that. But I think that element of the trade, Kenny, I think we can move on from. Like, we don't have to talk about the emotions behind it anymore. Let's just see what both teams do, and let's see if the Sacramento Kings, who have more to lose, I think, let's see if the Kings can actually pull it out.
I hope it is over, guys. I like Tyrese Haliburton. I think he's a great young man and a great ball player. And like I said, it helps us out. It gives us something to talk about. But I don't like the whole who got the better of it all this. Man, just let him do great things for that team. Sabonis doing great things for this team, and both of them just be great. You know what I mean? Like, and when they come back to town or they're in each other's cities or whatever, hey, big ovation for Tyrese. He's back, man. You're doing great out there in Indiana. Not any kind of like I joke on here. I'm not serious with no kind of undertones or oh, he said this on this podcast, so I'm gonna remember. Like, man, let that man live, man. He's doing great out there. He's a great young ball player.
Well, and also like JJ Redick and Gilbert Arenas can, forgive me, kiss my ass. Like the way that they act with this, like JJ Redick put out this tweet today, like, oh, Sacramento, I see you in my mentions. I'm happy for you, but I ain't paying attention to you, or I don't care about you. Like, these are two guys, and Gilbert Arenas, what he said with he said on he said on a podcast recently, it was like, yeah, I'm not caring about Sacramento. Who's Sacramento? Where is he? Like, these guys are, it's like real middle school insecure bully energy of it's cool to not pay attention to what the Sacramento Kings are doing. Yet you call yourself basketball commentators that are only going to speak on one side of a trade, but not pay attention to the other side and then act like it's cool not to. Like, also, like I expect that. So I don't blame Tyrese Haliburton for how JJ Redick has handled himself and how Gilbert Arenas or anybody handles themselves when talking about this trade necessarily. But Tyrese also took the interview. Tyrese also said what he said. He has to wear that. I think he has worn that. And in that case, in that sense, I think it's time for both sides to move on and just let the basketball do the talking.
And I think JJ Redick is good. Like, Gilbert Arenas is the most insignificant human being in basketball to me. Like, I don't care what Gilbert Arenas thinks about anything. But JJ, I do. Like, I like JJ Redick. I think he's very, very good. But when you say things like, oh, I see you're in my mentions, I'm happy for you, I'm not paying attention to you. Why would I listen to anything you have to say moving forward?
Right.
Like, unless it's the Lakers, which your network just spends hours upon hours, 27 hours a day talking about, or it's, a Brooklyn Nets situation involving Kyrie Irving or Giannis. Why would I take your comments on the Cleveland Cavaliers seriously?
Right.
How do I know you just didn't, cram a bunch of game film an hour before your hit and started talking about them? Or are you just talking generic talking points? When you say stuff like that, you immediately discredit yourself. It is very literally your job to know professional basketball and the teams in it. You don't have to be tuned in to, look, the Rockets are out of it. We know that. They're done. Detroit Pistons are probably at it. You need to know a little bit about those young guys there, though.
Right.
But I'm not paying attention to you, Sacramento. Okay, cool, man. I'm not paying attention to you either.
Right. That's the ridiculous part of it. If the Kings were 3-17, yeah, there's no need to really watch I can understand that. But hell, Utah, I don't really have any interest in Utah, but when they were 12-3, I was like, I got to check this out. I got to see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's our job, and not even really our job, but they're on a national level. They're supposed to look at everything. So if a team is playing well, and one of the stories of the early season, and you're still sitting up here talking about, I'm not going to watch. I mean, like you said, like, well,
it's like if the three of us were like, I'm not paying attention to the Kings. Who the hell is paying attention to us?
Right.
Well, but take that a step further. It's like, I'm not paying attention to the Kings, but I'm going to take a storyline that the Kings are involved in, actively talk about the other side, ridicule the Sacramento Kings with my commentary, and then openly admit that I'm not paying attention to the Kings. So I actually don't know what the fuck what the hell I'm talking about. Excuse me. That slipped. Yes, I'm going to take a sip. Sorry, Jesse.
Sorry,
Jesse.
YouTube and Twitch are gonna love this.
I caught it, but damn, man.
Sorry, Jesse. Sorry. Deuce.
Why is it us? Like, what is
Sorry.
This is literally a television personality.
I put my towel back on. Sorry. I got a little too loose. There's some McQueen in here.
That was an all-time moment.
That was
right
an
there.
all-time.
I don't. Fired up Matty George.
All right, got a
Matt's
little
been drunk on the show and hasn't done that. Oh man. But
gotta love it.
But point taken.
Yes,
Taken.
absolutely.
Woo. Well, thanks for joining us, Matt.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. I look forward to not being on again. Goodbye.
Okay. Pacers behind us, Tyrese behind us, all of that stuff behind us. Let's look at the 20 game stretch. They're 11-9. Overall, far more positives than negatives.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, like all of the.
Are you okay? Do you
I'm scared. I'm scared of everything now. I'm scared to hear myself speak. I'm scared to breathe. Like I'm making sure I'm going to speak like you're my son.
This has been a really traumatic day for D'Lo and Casey. Guess like Olivia is the only one who just made it through with no problems.
I'm sweating profusely now.
Buddy, it happens. It's a very regular occurrence here on this show. It's
I'm
all
like
right.
Miles Turner at the free throw line last night. I don't want to give nobody no more cookies. Absolutely. It's way more positives than negatives. Like to say, if I had gone back to the start of the season when we were analyzing the schedule and people were saying, man, I see 3-7 as a real possibility. Then the Kings go 0-4 and you're like, oh Lord, here we go. Like to say they're 11-9 through 20 games, take all context out of it. If we're saying that there's a party happening in Sacramento, and rightfully so, there is. It just happens that now we added a beam to it, which makes it even more cool.
Yeah.
So like absolutely there's way more positives than negatives. And Kenny, you were talking about the 3-point shooting earlier, and I absolutely love what you said, because yeah, we expect the defense to be a struggle. Like we expect that to be a problem. And yeah, they need to get better defensively, and hopefully they will still get better defensively to where like if this team defensively can just get middle of the pack, they're a playoff team. And I'm not just talking about a playing team. They're a top 6 seed if this team is a middle of the pack team defensively. Now, that's a big ask to go from bottom of the league to middle of the league. That's a lot of spaces to jump up, even with the offense as good as it is. But like if the Kings are struggling offensively, if they're going away from their identity, which I agree with you is the 3-point shooting and things like that, then that's where the concern is. And when you look at how this team is gelling, you look at what Malik Monk is doing, you look at what Chimezie Metu is doing, you look at the fact that the Kings won again and they got nearly 60 points from their bench again last night. De'Aaron Fox played really, really well to start the season, and the Kings kind of struggled. De'Aaron Fox is just playing okay to good now, and the Kings are fine. They're able to weather that storm, like, and everybody's buying in. Like, what's there to be upset about, honestly?
Yeah, let's talk about that bench a little bit. I mean, I thought, I don't want to say they turned the game, but between Monk and TD offensively and what Davion and KZ were able to do on the defensive end, I thought they injected a little bit of energy into the gameplay of the Sacramento Kings, along with Harrison Barnes and DeMontis. They did great while they were out there. But, man, it really seemed to swing when those 4 guys were out there on the court. I mean, these guys, the Sensationals, these guys they are changing games with their play, and they're a wild card factor. TD, when he's on, if he's clicking, the Kings are even that much harder to play against. Malik Monk, he's doing it every single night at this point. What do you see from this bench, man? And do you think, we ask this question all the time with this Kings team, do you think it's sustainable for these guys off the bench to produce at the level that they are?
I think it absolutely is, because I don't think any of them are playing out of their mind. Like they're playing within themselves. They're just being themselves. Like Kenny, you could probably speak to this better than I can because you're a former hooper. Like I can't imagine being a defender, right? And facing De'Aaron Fox and the best Kings lineup, or the Kings starting lineup that features the majority of their best players, dealing with the physicality of Domantas Sabonis, dealing with all this for 6, 7, 8 minutes to open up a game. And then the bench comes in and they're more aggressive and more physical and more athletic. It's like, where do I take a break? Like, where do I stop? Like, it just keeps going. It's relentless. And then you have to rely on your bench to come in and try and match that energy. And the reality is there aren't too many benches in the NBA that can come in and match what Malik Monk and Chimezie Metu and Terrence Davis and Davion Mitchell are doing. Like, and I'm not saying that means those 4 guys could be starters on other teams. That's not the point. It's not how good they are. It's how they play. That being said, they're also playing really good. And Malik Monk is really, really good. And again, this is not like he had 30 points the other night, and I didn't feel like he was playing out of his mind. He was just playing solid. He was playing aggressive. He was attacking the basket. He was showing off a layup package that honestly we haven't seen by a Sacramento King since Tyreek Evans. Like he was showing an ability to finish around the rim, which I think you guys know this from watching film of him in Kentucky. Like that was his game in Kentucky. He's been labeled a 3-point shooter in the NBA, but attacking the rim, he attacked the rim just as much, if not at times more than De'Aaron Fox did when they were together at Kentucky. So he's capable of showing this off. And I thought Brendan Nunez asked a fantastic question after the Suns game. Malik was at the podium and he said, like, he had 8 assists or something that night. And he said, hey, you're showing this passing ability. Are you surprising yourself with this, or are you just now getting the opportunity to show this? And Malik was like, no, this has always been a part of my game. I just have the chance to do it now. And I'd like to thank Mike Brown for giving me that opportunity. Like that speaks volumes to me. And he's showing that by the way he plays. And his energy is being matched. Like I remember how big of a talking point it was on Locked On Kings about when the Kings drafted Davion Mitchell. Oh, Davion brings that defensive energy. Oh, the Kings are going to have to match what Davion's doing defensively. Well, now you have Malik Monk who plays with this energy off the bench. Davion matches that with his defensive energy. Chimezie Metu matches that with his aggressiveness on the glass and always wanting to catch a body. And then Terrence Davis last night, whether he's hitting threes, picking up technical fouls, or people forget, like Terrence Davis tried to murder a man going for a tomahawk dunk on the baseline that had he done that, I don't think Golden One Center would have survived. Like we all were ready. There were half the people out of their seats in the media section expecting him to pull that off. So like that, the energy that bench brings, if I'm an opponent trying to handle that, as much as I game plan for them and look at like a scouting report, when I'm actually facing that energy after having to guard De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Harrison Barnes, and the rest of that starting lineup, Kevin Huerter, like I'm exhausted. And I can't imagine having to deal with that for 48 minutes.
And the real quick, Dame, that's a great point that you bring up, because a lot of the times when I watch these other teams, the Blazers or the Suns the other night, the Warriors. Remember when we were at the Warriors game and I said, all right, Steph is out. This is when you got to cut into the lead and get it. With the Kings, like, what you going to do? All right, Fox is out. This might not be when you cut into the lead, because Malik Monk might go off or Terrence Davis might go off. And like you talked about, Matt, that constant pressure mentally on the other team of like not getting any rest. That's something that I think the Kings are starting to figure out and use to their benefit.
And Devin Booker's playing out of his mind right now, but look what it took. Like Phoenix is a really, really good basketball team. Sacramento had their fair share of chances to win that game in Sacramento, but Devin Booker played all but 7 minutes. Like that's what they needed. And he dropped 44. Now they got other, like, was it Damian Lee that came alive from 3-point range at the end, and good for him. Like you forced another guy to beat you, and the Suns are a good team. They were able to do it, but Devin Booker had to play 41 minutes of that game because there's no rest, there's no break from the Kings standpoint. Like that's a sign of a good team that I think is only going to get better. Like to me, the bench is playing really, really well now. They could probably improve a little bit, but the starters can get significantly better, whether it's De'Aaron playing more like himself, Keegan Murray figuring things out. We've seen Harrison Barnes, what he's capable of doing when he's on. Like it's easy to see how good this team is now and how they can improve, even if I still think it's going to take a while to get that improvement.
And Trey Lyles has been out the last couple of games.
Yeah.
And you talk about Davion and the energy that he brings, man. But it was, and I don't know why this was the case last night. Obviously, we've seen it all season. But for me, and maybe it was just the flow of the game or the way that I was watching it, it was glaring to me that KZ Okpala needs to be on the floor for the Sacramento Kings. He was so good defensively. And, Deuce Mo brought this point up earlier, like 100% for sure. But how? Like, how do you get him out there? Because Trey Lyles has had moments where, Trey Lyles has played really well in what's been asked of him. Obviously, we see Chimezie Metu in the way that it's hard to find a place for him. But, man, when he's out there, what he does on the defensive end really, really stands out.
I think it's an extremely difficult position for Mike Brown to be in the sense that, like, I look at KZ Okpala at times as almost like an ace up your sleeve. Like, okay, you have a player that's rolling. You have a player that's playing very well. Boom, KZ, go and make him work. Like, in almost the same way, if it's a guard, Davion, go and make him work. Yeah. Like, it's a valuable card to have, except you're also dealing with a human being who wants to play more. And it's hard to sell them on the idea that you're going to sit on the bench a majority of the time, but when I need you, you're my specialist, but I don't need you enough for you to play consistently. Like I don't even know how you manage that position. And credit to KZ Okpala for still having the work rate that he's had to stay ready. And I thought the Boston Celtics game, even though that game was the first and really only blowout loss the Kings have had, like that was the game that KZ Okpala reminded everybody, no, like I was starting because of my defense. And this is why, like, this is what I can do. So I agree with you. KZ Okpala deserves playing time. I don't know what a consistent rotation spot looks like for him because of the amount of already good rotation players on this roster, which you can say is a good problem to have. And it is. It's a bit of a cliche to say that. I think the real problem is keeping a player like that who is so valuable, who does all the hard, dirty, gritty energy work to keep giving that effort while not rewarding them with a consistent spot. Like that sounds like a nightmare to deal with as a coach. But if anyone can handle it, it's Mike Brown.
Yeah. No, he's handled a lot so far, man. He's done a great coaching job with this group so far.
And he's done it in socks while
done it in socks.
While campaigning for Malik Monk as a potential 6th Man of the Year candidate. It's obviously 20 games isn't that young into the season, but you know, we're going to start looking at all-star stuff. We were talking about Tyrese Haliburton, you know, being an all-star. I think more so for the Kings than Tyrese, it's going to depend on, you know, kind of where the Kings are when coaches start to vote. I think Sabonis has a real chance of being an all-star. I mean, obviously Fox does as well. He you don't want too many more lulls in his game. He's going to have to be strong, but I think Sabonis has been incredible, and I just keep phrasing him as like the center of the Kings universe on the offensive end. Like Domantas Sabonis is the center of their universe.
Yeah, I mean, and I want Sabonis to be more aggressive. Like, and it's weird because I thought he kind of tried to set the tone, and I think Deuce and Mo were talking about this last night on Night Chat. Like, very early in this game, Domantas Sabonis went coast to coast and went right at Miles Turner and scored, and that helped kind of set the tone for the Kings a little bit. He also had like a spin move kick out to a corner 3 that was missed. It was like, okay, that would have been a real kind of fire starter for Sacramento. But like he went 8 of 10 in the loss to the Phoenix Suns. 80%, that's phenomenal. But on a night where De'Aaron Fox is struggling, like, shoot more. And I don't remember what his line was last night, but he still shot an extremely efficient. He was like 6 of 8 or something. I don't know.
No, it's 5 of 9.
5 of 9. Yeah, like Domantas Sabonis, I know, is such a willing passer. He's such a team player, and he is the foundation, literally the foundation of Mike Brown's offense right now. But Domantas Sabonis deserves more than 10 shots a game, right? Like, get Domantas Sabonis to 15. Like, and I know the NBA is going away from on the block post up opportunities, and you use him more in like the high post and the pick and roll and the handoffs and things like that, and all the movement action that the Kings run. Give my man a couple of mismatches off of switches and let him work on the block a couple of times a game, because he can give you 4 to 6 points a night just in 2 to 3 possessions on the block. And if a double team comes, all the better, because you have so many shooters around him that can take advantage of that. So I would like to see Domantas maybe trying to call his own number a little bit more. That being said, if he's not bothered by it, I guess I shouldn't be.
That pass on the break to Keegan was sick. Oh, man. The little Euro, bring it back over, dump it back through. That was nasty.
Domantas Sabonis brings the ball up a lot. And I like it. And he doesn't just like dribble it up. He pushes, and the Kings trust him to push it. Like, that's really unique, because I know Jason Jones used to always call it Tragic Bronson. The Sacramento Kings used to have plenty of bigs in the past that would try and do that. I know Willie Cauley-Stein wanted to do that, and it always went horribly to where you could hear everybody in the crowd yelling, "Give the ball to your point guard." Sabonis can do it, and it's great when he does it.
You worried about your rookie?
No, I'm more worried about dropping another F-bomb on the air.
No,
I think Keegan's fine. Like, to me, where I would be concerned is if Keegan was in a funk like he's in, and he was forcing his way out of it. Like, I don't see Keegan Murray playing that much different to how he played to start the season, except the shot's not falling. Now, he has had a couple of decisions. He had a couple of decisions in the Suns game that I didn't like. One was he was attacking the rim, And DeAndre Ayton met him at the rim, to be fair. And we know DeAndre Ayton's a pillar. And instead of trying to go strong and go through the contact or draw a foul, he tried to like avoid it and go around it. And DeAndre Ayton smacked it. Like just said, get out of here. And I think Mike Brown has talked about like he wants Keegan Murray to attack and be more aggressive. Go through somebody. Keegan's big enough. Keegan's strong enough. Like he doesn't have to shy away from contact all the time. So, and then he kind of settled for a couple mid-range jumpers at times. And I'm like, you don't need to do that. Like you're more skilled than settling for stuff like that. So there are a couple of decisions where I think maybe sometimes the Kings and the way that they're playing has somewhat left him in the dust a little bit. Like he needs to catch up. And to be honest with you, this Kings team doesn't have time to wait for him. Like they don't. They have to win, and it's either keep up or sit down. But I agree with something that Kenny said earlier. Like he's starting now, and unless he's playing horrible, which he's not, you can't take him out of the starting lineup only to put him back in 5 games from now when he figures it out. I think this road trip is going to be big for him because he's figured things out at home. On the road, though, the Kings are going to need him at some point during this 6-game Eastern Conference road trip. You best believe they are going to need Keegan Murray, and I think he's hopefully ready for that.
He's a professional broadcaster, ladies and gentlemen.
Not today.
ABC 10, Locked On Kings. And we're a professional broadcast as well, I believe. And we are done for the day. And I'm mostly happy that you're back.
Go Blue.
It's D'Lo and KC. We'll see you guys tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Wow.
Oh, that was a day. This was we could run this back over the holidays and be good, man.
You know, I can't even say that on Locked On Kings. I'm not even allowed to. Like we're not an explicit podcast. I don't know where it came from. I just got fired up.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta let it out. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You my therapy.
We got you, man. We got you. Oh man, great stuff though. Great
Kenny,
stuff.
I got to be you for a night last night. I got to pose with D'Lo in a picture, and I've never felt so excited to be Kenny Caraway.
I mean,
felt like such a step up. There's a big difference between the two of us, but
was he signing autographs to the kids hanging down from the rails again yesterday?
Was D'Lo?
Yeah, you know that's what he does.
No, his fit was too clean. He didn't want to get within 5 feet of anybody.
He did look nice yesterday. He did look nice. Yeah, it's a good call. It's a good call.
Insulting me for bringing cookies and eating a hot dog. Leave me alone. Let me live my life.
I
ate a salad in front of you.
You did eat a salad. I was proud of you. It's the healthiest thing I've ever seen you eat. I was very, very proud of you.
Although those big red things on it weren't Skittles. They were tomatoes, and I was pissed.
Yeah, not crazy about tomatoes myself.
I love tomatoes. You
I do. I actually love grape tomatoes and cherry tomatoes.
All right,
my
guys,
God.
we're going to shut down. Hit the thumbs up before you go. We're approaching 300. We should be able to hit 400. No game tonight. People catching up later. Check out Locked On Kings. That's it. DeLoandKC.com. 25% off. No code needed. We'll see you guys tomorrow.